Okay, that was a bit of an experimental sort of. It sort of worked, I suppose. I'll play around with that a bit more if we use that as the. Oh, thanks, Carl. Who else was out there that?
Carl Edwards, I'm ready to take screenshots and post them. Oh, what? Like
Oh,
I'm some
okay,
sort of
okay. You ready? You ready?
performing seal?
Do you want me to do this for you then, Carl? There you go. Look, I'll do that for you. There you go. Yeah, but we're not ready yet. We're not doing anything yet. So, okay. Sorry. You have to wait. You got to get at the right moment. You can't plan these things. Your cat's going to get jealous one day.
Cat's going to take a bloody hint one of these days.
You should have bought a cat to go along with that thing.
I have. She's just through there, asleep.
Oh.
She came in the other day. I even put her up on the sort of like, the first section. Like, look, this is for you. Get interested. No, not interested in the slightest. It's like, well, that was a waste of money then.
Paul, I don't think anyone's trying to guess your person today because no one's.
I'll give them a chance.
Well, I gave them a chance.
Get a few more people in first.
Oh, get a few more.
Around.
A few more? Oh, what have we got? We got 7, including me.
7.
Including me.
Well, I haven't even given a clue yet, have
I?
No, you haven't.
Oswaldo.
Carl said to me, "Oh, farmers, you ruined it by being normal."
Oh, thank you. I'm normal. I'm normal, am I?
So you connected now, Turtle?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can see your lips move.
Yep.
You're going to love this one, Blue. You're going to love this one, Blue. I heard the other day that apparently the independent variable of the Cavendish experiment is distance.
Oh.
Distance from what?
Now, who do you think would have said that?
There are quite a few of those idiots that would be capable of coming up with that.
What was it said in a South African accent?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, so it wasn't him then. Bugger. Okay, who else could that have been?
It was the person he was debating.
Oh.
It was FTFE.
Oh, really?
He said the IV was distance.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, goodness.
In fact,
That's scary.
If you wanted to play a derp video, that would be a derp video to play. Because I think most of the derp actually came from Craig.
Oh my.
I'm glad I didn't watch all of it.
I'm trying to think of a way to get him out of this.
Sod it, he shot himself in the foot.
Well, I suppose in a strange sort of way you might say that. No, actually, it doesn't work.
No. Like I said, I think he's on his own with that one. He really should think a little bit more before he opens his mouth. Sometimes I think I know when he's in the thick of it and just going off on one.
He should give up trying to run debates about gravity, because every time he debates about gravity, he gets it wrong.
Yeah.
One, two.
Who?
Sorry.
1, 2, 3.
You can count.
I forgot that
you can count.
that was going out. I was trying to fix my levels up because
Can you count to four?
My mouth was working when I wasn't talking.
Count to
1, 2,
five.
1, 2. Is that a turtle running down a very steep hill?
Yeah.
Whereas on flat ground it would be 1, 2, 1, 2.
Well, wouldn't it be quicker for the turtle to slide down a hill?
I'm a sea turtle. I swim.
Ah,
Except when you're on land.
Except when I'm on the beach, which is a bit embarrassing.
Yes, lacks a certain grace. Turtles on the beach, yeah.
They still swim. They just do it on the beach.
Yeah.
They try to.
Same motion.
You see my dangly back legs now?
Yeah.
Yes. You mean
Guess what
your
keeps them-
rudders?
Guess what virtual mechanism does that?
did you hold?
No idea.
Gravity.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Timbo's turtles doing perihelion and aphelion. He's been watching too much Lindsay.
Yep. That's-
While you talk about nothing, I'll have a look for.
So it's the usual.
So, did you also like that Bev said he had problems getting his camera to work in that debate yesterday? And then apparently,
Yeah.
as soon as they were done, him and his pals in not his Discord server analysing and criticising Ryan and his on-screen appearance. This is quite a deliberate thing that I think Bev is now starting to do. When he's outside of his echo chamber, he can't get his camera to work, which is utter bollocks.
That's a bollocks.
Yep.
Do we play Lindsay without his whiteboard?
He's done one without a
Why
whiteboard.
not?
Yeah, there's two of them
Really?
that he's dropped. Wait,
Oh, that could be. Does that mean he spends all of his time reading things off his phone? Look! I found this.
He's waving his hands around a lot, which, whatever that means.
Well, he does that anyway.
I'll grab that one for now.
Reminds me of a character we had over here called Magnus Pike. He was one of these science communicators, and he was an old boy, and he was tall, thin, and gangly, and his arms were just everywhere. He almost spoke with his hands.
Today's scientist was an Irish physicist.
Ah.
Is there an apostrophe missing then?
No,
what?
There's not.
Oh,
Actually.
what?
No.
So many.
No, it's generally the surnames, isn't it?
Irish physicist.
Irish
physicist. I'm sure.
Right.
Sure there's a joke there somewhere.
Probably.
Yeah, probably. Irish physicist. Oh, Carl, you've only got 45 minutes.
Well, there's an Irishman,
Oh, no.
a monk, a priest, and a doctor walked into a bar. The barman said, "Is this a joke?"
That's
Sorry.
A dyslexic man walked into a bra.
Ah! What was it, the other one? A priest, a minister, and a rabbit walk into the bar, and the rabbit goes, "Am I a typo?"
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's one of those ones that was up on Twitter, and
It's a
somebody
Stephen
corrected
King.
him. Yeah, Stephen King.
Yeah,
And somebody corrected him. He's supposed to be rabbi, and it's like, no.
You're supposed to be a rabbi, and that's embarrassing because you're an author.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the joke. There is a very good Twitter feed that quite a few of us follow called RAF Luton, and they completely misidentify aircraft all the time, and the number of people who jump in to correct them. There is no RAF Luton, and it says in its, you know, at the start of your Twitter, it actually tells you that it is basically a piss take sort of feed. People just don't get it. Here we are, the assumed official Twitter account of the world's most mysterious and secret and fictitious military base. Parody satire account. And people still go, no, it's not that aircraft. No, you're wrong, it's this one. Whoosh!
A dung beetle walks into a bar and says, "Is this still taken?"
I like that. That. That's good. I like that.
I think I heard one the other way. I'll see if I can get it right. There was two blondes that walked into a bar. You think one of them would have ducked?
Yep.
The elephant takes one look at the naked man and says, "How do you breathe through that small thing?"
Here we go. Here's a classic. So they put up a photo, it's obviously not real, of an X-15 flying through the desert at about 20-foot altitude. And it says, photo of the day, the SR-71 Bluebird, flying at just 7.175 feet over the deserts of Tatooine at Mach, spelled M-A-C-K, 80.085, on its way to Mos Slough. The SR-71 is the only airplane to make the Kessel Run in just 8.0087355 parsnips.
Parsnips?
Exactly. And of course, underneath that, it says photograph from a Canberra, because every photo on there has been taken from a Canberra. And what's the very first reply? It's an X-15, not an SR-71. I can't believe it. People fall for it. They just, yeah, we know it's called taking the piss.
and that's the only thing they could find wrong with it.
Yep. Oh, third post down. Looks like an X-15 to me, and he's even put in a photo of an X-15. Yeah, we know.
Oh dear.
And they completely missed the entire fucking point of this Twitter stream. It's a parody. It's taking the piss. Oh dear. That's where some people just scour the internet looking for mistakes they think people have made so they can correct them, you know.
Any of those things you posted, Timbo, I've got a video in them.
Sorry? Yeah?
Well, they're all Reddits.
A couple of, oh no, there's a couple of YouTubes, a couple of Reddits. The Reddits are just links to the TikToks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just, you can play them straight up.
Got a moon hoax one. That one. Heliocentric model is a fraud, something.
Because Reddit will give you a link to YouTube, but it won't give you a link to a TikTok if you post it.
Okay.
Don't ask me why.
Okay, well, starting from the top, we've got Conspiracy Music Guru, Welcome to the Satellite Hoax.
Oh, yeah, that's just, yeah.
That's a YouTube.
That one's scary.
Yeah, I'll just grab them all. For now. There's that one. Next one. I think that's the link, is it? I'm just clicking on the link at the top. Then in Reddit, just click the Reddit link, I suppose.
Oh, TikTok. This Tank Museum Zoom thing this morning, they're going on about, oh, we've got this huge presence on TikTok. And I was like, thank God we're all muted.
TikTok.
Fucking TikTok, you must be joking. Oh, yeah. Oh, because going on about, they're trying to increase their audience and get more people into the museum and all the rest of it. And of course, trying to get youngsters interested in it. And of course, TikTok, lots of teenage boys on there. And it's like, no, not TikTok.
There you go. There's your clue.
Okay, we've got a clue. Today's scientist is an Irish-born physicist who was an innovator in the study of fluid dynamics. He also used studies of... Peanuts, don't type, I can't have to move the thing. They started typing and the thing went up and I went, hey, you buggers.
Ah, you bugger.
Right, okay. Where was I up to? Fluid dynamics. He also used studies of heat transfer between solids and fluids to bring improvements in boiler and condenser design. He is D something R.
Oh,
something.
O? I thought it was like a D from here.
Yes, it is an O.
boiler and condenser design. I bet that was steam boilers then.
O'Reilly.
Probably.
No,
Yeah.
it would be O'Reilly. The apostrophe, wouldn't it?
I suspect it's something like Osborne or Ozzie. Well, wouldn't be
I
Ozzie.
don't know any Irish
Trying
names.
to fit it in.
Aaron!
Trying to fit it into the number of letters.
Oh. Orville.
Orville.
Well,
no.
Clive's had a stab at
no,
it
it doesn't
already.
fit.
I think Carl Edwards has looked it up. He knows who it is. He's trying to give
Carl.
some clues.
Ozzy Osbourne.
I think Ozzy Osbourne's responsible for a great many things, but improvements in heat transfer between solids and fluids,
Ain't one of them.
possibly not so much.
Okay.
Ain't one of them. Yeah,
Come on. Anyone who knows a little bit of physics knows who's famous for doing things in fluid dynamics that starts with an R.
Is it Rankin?
No.
Blue,
It's not
you're
Rankin.
wrong.
I said I think. I didn't say I knew.
He's got a particular number named after him. That should give it
42.
away.
No.
No. Yeah, this number takes his name. And it's very important in fluid dynamics.
Name
That's
of
the
the
one,
number.
Timbo.
What his last name is to do with a number.
Timbo says he knows who it is and he's got it right, but he said he had to check it so he doesn't claim the prize.
Can you type it to
You
me?
mean the prize?
Timbel? I'll check
Prize.
Spell check.
Okay, yeah. It's O for the first name and it's R for the second name.
Oh, yeah, of
Well,
course.
Clive's could give you an answer.
Yeah, there's some answers out there.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm sure I did study this way back when, but
I think you could maybe give the clue that Carl's got a bit of info out there that might help.
Yeah, he does. He's pretty much given it away.
yes. I think the last time I actually looked at it in this depth was at college.
How did I get price?
I don't know.
Z. It's trying to work it out because I know it's obviously Z's only 2 keys away from C, but
Just remember, Timbo, that if life gives you melons, you're probably dyslexic.
yep, that's right. It used to be much better. Just last year or so, my typing's just got really bad.
I've heard many an inappropriate joke in the last week. Like a baby seal walks into a club.
Oh no.
Back in the day when just going out clubbing meant something else. Yeah.
You do know why there isn't a pregnant Barbie, though, don't you?
Go on then.
I think you did that one, but go on.
I think I did, yeah.
Yeah,
Because
I
Ken
can't
came
remember.
because Ken came in another box.
That's the one.
These are links to a video, are they?
Ozzie remolds.
Yeah. That one's video. You
Close,
see the play button?
close.
See the play button in the middle? That one? Yeah.
Yeah.
You hit
Does
that.
it open,
That'll
does
play.
it open up?
That'll
God,
play.
you're not a member of that subreddit, are you?
Am I?
Well,
No. Am I? I am a member, but I've never posted in there because I'm not allowed.
that goes full
Well,
screen.
no, because pretty much any sane person isn't allowed to post in there.
I'll just have
That's
to.
why I stick to flat Earth. We just take the Mickey out of them instead.
I'll just have to play
Yeah, that's
it.
right.
I'll just have to play it like that. I can't play it any bigger.
Oh, you don't. Yeah, do it without the audio. You'll be right.
Without the audio?
It's short. You get. Yeah, you can do it without the audio. I think you get the gist pretty quick.
Wait a minute.
But you can have a discussion on why it's so.
Wait a minute.
They don't have a discussion, so.
Technical
No.
difficulties. Where are we? What's going on here?
I found a nice picture of this guy. Let me see if I can post it in now. I don't think I could post it now. Zoom chat, can I? Let's have a look.
What's going on here?
No. We don't have a whiteboard, do we? No.
We can draw on the screen in the Zoom thing. It's got an option.
I don't think I can.
Yeah, you can open up a. What's it called? Where is it? It's here somewhere.
I know you can. I just don't think I've been given that. Right.
Oh. Oh, yeah, I'd have to go back.
I can't
into the
see it.
settings to see.
Yeah, that's okay. I just can't see it. I know you can do it in Zoom, but I can't see it in
Yeah.
this.
I haven't. Probably haven't given the settings for it. Because I know I can draw all over the place when I open up the.
Yeah.
It's not open.
When I go into a Zoom meeting, yeah, you usually have that. You have whiteboard, you have the tools, but on my Zoom view, I don't get that.
Oh, okay. Maybe I haven't clicked something for you. Should be getting the drop down thing anyway. But it's
Does anyone else get it? Do you get it? You're got high rights in your farmers. Do you have a whiteboard and stuff in your Zoom chat?
I'm looking. It usually drops down from the top somewhere. Not dropping down.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
No, I ain't got it either.
No. I'm sitting here with my cursor banging against the top of the screen, but nothing's happening.
See, that shares. I do that, and that shares a
And now
whiteboard.
I go to view options. Oh yeah, I don't. But you can do that.
Yeah, I get a whiteboard.
I don't get a
down
whiteboard.
in the.
Is it a shared whiteboard? Can I paste
I
it?
don't know.
Mm.
You haven't got the role for it then. Yeah,
No, I don't seem to be able to. I can't do anything.
Ah,
No. Okay.
okay.
No.
It'll be in the settings somewhere.
That's not important. Maybe I can turn him on in my background.
That's not important right now.
No, it's not important.
Do.
Yes.
Right, back to that. Right, we got that. That should go across now
Yes.
to them. Can I make it any smaller? Oh, only when I'm screen sharing it actually comes up the top to do stuff.
Oh,
Annotate, all that.
oh,
I'd have to go into the settings and check.
ah! I've just
That's
clicked
just an
on.
image.
I've just clicked on view options. I get annotate as well.
Mm.
Yeah,
you can
no, I
draw,
don't.
You can
No.
draw on stuff somehow.
Yeah. I just get side by side or gallery. That's it.
Yeah, I'll check the settings.
Oh, so yeah, no, let me try that one. Hang on. Up
Hey,
there,
look.
annotate. Oh, I see it. Sorry, yeah.
What did you
Can I do
draw?
anything? Oh, there we go.
Did you draw something?
Yeah, how long it
Oh,
takes.
yeah.
Let's just see.
Yeah, we can see it, but I don't think the peanuts can.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, we can see that. I don't know why the
Because you haven't sent it
peanuts
out.
can't. Yeah, I don't know why the peanuts
Oh.
can't see it.
Oh crap! How do I remove it?
That, you can erase.
Undo.
Well, I
Oh,
can fix
undo.
it. It goes somewhere here.
Clear my drawings. There we go.
Yeah, clear. Yeah, that's it. So what are we looking at?
So,
This is the first one, I think. Oh no, that's the first one.
so you can only do that on when you're sharing. So, sorry.
Yeah.
So, it's okay.
I'll have a look at the settings another time. There's things in there I've
Oh,
got
that's
no
fine.
idea. I know we can play games and all sorts of things, but
Yeah, I know there's a whiteboard that's sometimes handy in discussion because you can pull up an image and quickly go.
yeah, I see the
And draw
whiteboard
over
when you share. You can use the whiteboard.
Yeah.
If you want to use that. Alright, so what's this little video here? We're going to try to see it.
That's just it's just more dirt.
Tie your hair back. Let's get funky.
Tie my hair back. Yeah, righto.
So,
I don't know. That's what
so they're trying to
saying.
argue that the hair in the zero G flight is not the same as the hair in the ISS image.
Okay.
So, can you explain that?
Yeah, the one on the left's barely moving. The ones on the right are throwing themselves all over the place.
Yeah, if they weren't throwing themselves around, it'd be a different story.
Yeah.
I also suspect bed hair has got a bit to do with it too.
They just got a lot of hair.
Yeah. And they're just showing the same clip over and over and over again because that's all they've got. Whereas on the left, we've got lots and lots and lots of different clips of astronauts who aren't throwing themselves all over the place. And they do try not to throw themselves all over the place because it can upset the ISS.
What their actual weight, their mass will affect the ISS if they flung themselves around too much against the side of it or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
every action has an equal and opposite
equal and opposite.
reaction. So,
If you watch astronauts moving about on the ISS, you'll see that it all tends to be fairly gentle and restrained, and that's why. If you got all of them together in one module and said, right, start bouncing yourself off the walls of this module, it would have repercussions. And that's why if you watch the undocking of the Dragon capsule yesterday, it's a very careful, very gentle affair. because it doesn't take much of a nudge to move the ISS and upset it. So you won't see them throwing themselves about. I mean, you'll see them if they've got a long enough run. They'll launch themselves down, but they're not. It's not like they're grabbing hold of the inside and sort of trying to upset it or throw themselves against the walls.
We want audio on this one, Terry.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if I can make it bigger.
There's no music, I don't think, but it's
Yeah, I can't really make it any bigger.
no, it's a bit small, but I don't think you get the gist pretty quick.
Can I rewind it?
God's teeth. Now move them around.
Huh?
No,
Wait a minute,
move
I'll
the planets
replay that.
around a bit. Jesus wept.
Toward the darkness.
Does he believe in the thing called love?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try drawing your diagram at sunset or sunrise.
Yeah.
Or maybe put Venus over to the far left or the far right.
Yeah. He's put all three almost in line and say, why can we see them? Well, you can't when they're like that.
You're not completely on the... Just pause it for a moment, Terry. You're not completely opposite the sun when you see Venus, because you see it only at sunset or sunrise. Yeah. So you're not completely on the opposite side of the Earth at all, looking out into the darkness.
No, that's the one I thought was funny. He says, "Oh no, when you draw it, yeah." What was his word? Something along the lines that, "Yeah, no, this is how they tell us it is." I says, "No, that's not how we say it is."
No. Let's make up a straw man and then say that that's what they tell us it is. No. And as per usual, they just can't get the scaling right.
Now, if he'd got Earth sort of right over on the right-hand side and then put Venus over on the left-hand side, then he might actually be able to see how it works. But no, try and put them all in line. Well, of course it doesn't work like that. Nobody says it does except, you.
And apparently, if you're on the sides of the Earth, you can't look, like you can only be on the direct opposite from the moon. It's the only place you can be on Earth at night.
Yeah, that's right.
They can't think in 3D.
No.
And a surprisingly large amount of people can't think in 3D.
Well, that's what happens when you don't know where the sun goes when it goes away, right?
Oh yeah, it goes away, yeah. When does it go away to? Well, it just goes away.
Yeah, it just goes away.
Goes away. I can't believe he said that.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
So what's this one, Timbo? Heliocentric model is a fraud. The TikTok, another TikTok one.
Oh God.
They got sound.
No, it doesn't. What? They're not. What? They're not similar at all.
No.
One's a bloody rock. The other one's got a hell of an atmosphere.
No, they're not.
They're not.
No, they're not. Oh, Jesus.
I think you're a
Okay.
bloody idiot.
I think you're an idiot. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
talking bollocks.
You're quite clearly an idiot. Next.
Man.
Okay.
This is what they said. Oh, we've got the tank museum on TikTok. Oh, dear God, no. No, not TikTok. Oh, dear. Oh.
What's this one? I can't. There's no video. Just. I think this could be a close idea what Earth would look like if it was flat. Anyone know the source?
Christ almighty, look at that. Well, that's funny. That's not what we see from space.
Where's Australia supposed to be?
Why is everything white and blue?
Australia's that big lump at the top left. There you go. That's Australia.
Oh, New Zealand.
God.
Oh, yeah.
You got the sun to the right and the moon to the
The
left.
moon to the left. Okay.
And obviously they just go round and round and round.
and round and round.
And there's the ice wall with all that extra land that they keep saying is out there somehow.
That we can't
Because
go.
they didn't understand what Admiral Byrd said.
Well, they didn't listen to what Admiral Byrd said
Because they can't
You quite-
comprehend. Yeah.
because he quite specifically says from the North Pole from South America. So he doesn't just say there's land on the other side. He's saying they're approaching the South Pole from the other side from South America. He actually it's quite specific.
Yeah, well, they just hear what they want to hear. Oh, there's
Yeah.
more land. There's more land the other side of the South Pole. Oh, well, that must mean that there's more land, and
Everywhere.
you get something like that. Yeah.
So you go to the North Pole, there's more ice on the other side?
If you're in a Lindsay land, yeah,
Both a guy.
there's that whole branch of flat Earth who believe that there's the sun and moon are projected through the North Pole, and there's actually whatever that name of that place is. It's up there.
Because there are ancient maps that show 4 rivers and the landmass at the North Pole, drawn by people who'd never been there. But it's like, well, we've got to show some of this, so just make something up. Which is why all those old maps had monsters and things drawn on it, because it's like, there's nothing going on over here. Well, let's liven it up with some sea monsters then.
Yeah, throw
Let's
a few
pretend.
monsters, yeah.
Yeah. Maps of the North Pole showing land. Yes, there is. Yeah, there's land at the North Pole, but you've got to go about 10 to 12,000 feet down to find it.
Yeah. That's right.
It's got the Arctic Ocean sat on top of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
the original sailors only just went out as far as they could to where they could still see land because they didn't want to go any further because they thought they were going to fall off the edge of the earth.
Yep. Well, that's why the
Ah.
Egyptians are such a classic example. They thought the Earth was flat until they started sailing further afield, and then the penny dropped. Oh, hang on a minute, it's not flat.
Yeah, exactly.
What's happened to the land?
Imagine the first sailor that ventured out and couldn't see land and go, yeah, we'll go a little bit further, a little bit further.
Yeah, it's until they had
Right.
some way of knowing which direction they were pointing.
Yes.
They went that way.
Oh, so this is somebody else having a pop at poor old Buzz Aldrin, is it?
Mm,
This is I listened to this and I'm trying to work out what was this guy saying at Boz, and then I worked it out.
Yep. Execution.
No audio out there, Terry.
Oh.
Oh, all that time.
To be with it.
Gotcha.
Be here now with it.
Oh,
You
I can
do
hear it again then.
all of it, and you are flying up to the moon, coming down onto the lunar surface. Do you remember what you felt at that moment? I mean, we've heard from other people what they were doing, but I want to know how it felt to actually be there.
I mean, I'm different than the other guys.
Yeah.
Don't you know that fighter pilots have ice in their veins? We don't feel. We execute. You like that?
I do.
Yeah, that's right.
What do you think of my execution? I'm in favor of it.
Not that kind of execution. So we learn to live with unexpected things. Like I'm about to take off and the runway runs up against the drop off. And about that time, beep, 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 flashing red light, the engine quit.
Mm-hmm.
Injection handle. But you don't worry about that while you're cruising down the runway. You might run over a rabbit or something like that on the runway.
Mm-hmm.
You wait with an open mind and a clear mind. Fear is a paralyzing emotion. It just encompasses your ability to think about other things, just to be with it.
Gotcha.
Be here now with it.
So let's take you out of the airplane and put you into the lunar module, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're standing next to Neil.
We get in this way.
That way.
No, that's the engine.
You're given descent calls, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're looking out the window. You're conning him down. Any fear in that Apollo 11 landing for you?
I knew he could hear me. I remember in the simulation, the checklist had the communication set push to talk.
Push to talk.
Okay. Not VOX.
Voice operated, voice command.
Yeah, this guy's pretty sharp. So we were making a simulation, and I just thought that the guys out there ought to hear what we were saying to each other. So I flipped the switch to Vox.
Mm-hmm.
Man, they were impressed. They said, that's wonderful. We heard you guys talking back and forth as you're coming down.
Four forward, drifting to the right a little, picking up some dust.
Yeah. Faint shadow.
Faint shadow. Faint shadow.
Yeah, because the sun was behind us.
Yeah.
There you see it. Right.
There it is. Boom.
So I listened to it the first time. I was trying to work out what was his problem. Then I realised what he's trying to say.
He's trying to make something out of nothing. That's why you're getting, like he says, now Handler happy that he triggered scripted memory. No. So why would you think it's a script? Oh, that's right, because the moon landings are fake, so it must be a scripted memory. I mean, it's all bollocks.
So he's talking about being a fighter pilot and going to what you have to do, because he said, you know, fighter pilots or test pilots, whatever he said, has ice in their veins, and this is what we blah blah blah. And then it says, oh, now we get, and he could see, yes, he's talking about fighter pilots, so let's get him to talk about the moon landing.
Yeah,
what
but
did he say wrong?
They're basically asking, oh, you know, when you're landing on the moon, were you scared? Were you worried? No, because the training takes over.
Yeah.
You know, both guys were experienced test pilots, and they're doing their job. They're not going to let emotions get in the way. Certainly not when you're the first two guys to land on the moon. You know, gosh, you know, concentrating so bloody hard, you ain't got time to be worried. You know.
Yeah, and it fits in with what he said before. I mean, in another video, he says the same thing. You know, were we scared or we weren't? No, we weren't thinking about that. We're just making sure we push the right buttons.
Yeah.
No matter what happens, they were going to be famous. I mean, if they landed on the moon successfully, they were going to be famous. If they crash landed on the moon and died, they would have been famous for the first two people to die on the moon.
Yep. Yeah. If they couldn't take off again, you know, I mean, Nixon had the two scripts, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
He had the well done, guys, welcome home, and he also had the unfortunately, we've now got two dead astronauts on the moon. You know, they were prepared for every eventuality. Like you say, whatever happened, they were going to be famous. But fortunately, they're famous for the right reasons. Landing on the moon and successfully coming back, rather than landing on the moon and becoming part of a permanent display. But yeah, I think people forget that Buzz, you know, not just a test pilot, he flew in the Korean War and shot down two MiGs.
Yep. And he talks like an old man. I wonder why that is.
Yeah, because he's an old man, bless him. I mean, he currently he's 92. We are unfortunately getting to the point where all the guys who've walked on the moon are, if they haven't already, are slipping away because they're old men. And some of them were, well, they weren't exactly young when they landed on the moon.
Yeah, and I do the solar system one, Terry, or
Which one?
I saw you fiddling around with the solar system one. Don't have to.
The one that was in Floato.
Yeah. But did you do that one? No, you wouldn't have done that one. I wasn't.
Was that the last one?
So I thought I might have missed something.
Because I had
Sorry,
them
I got
all.
to nick back to Floato.
The last one had an airplane.
You had it? It was. I thought you had it keyed up a second ago. So it was the one above. So it starts with the first accurate man-made solar system model.
Yeah, we played the solar system one.
Oh, did you? I mustn't. Yeah, I had to get up and talk to my daughter, so I might have missed it. So,
That'll be it then. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
About the menorah?
Based on the Jewish
Menorah.
thing.
Yeah.
That's it.
Which
he
is
said
got
all the
nothing to
planets
do
are
with
the same. Almost.
Oh, they're all twins. Mercury and Venus are twins. What? Nothing like each other.
Yeah. Okay. No, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry, mate.
Okay.
Carry on.
Since we were talking about Craig so much, if we play a bit, we'll find the bit that he's wrong.
Go for it. I didn't see it. I've been avoiding Craig.
I
'cause I find
only
him a bit
endured some of
irritating.
it because, that was a toss-up as to who was the most irritating at the time. Was it Craig or was it Flatzoid?
Yeah. So I sometimes put him on when I just want to have something going in the background if he's doing a debate. But
Christ, did they go for 3 hours? Oh dear.
Oh, I'm not playing the whole 3 hours.
No.
We've got 15 minutes, give or take.
Gravity.
But doesn't gravity have to be physical to create the force, though?
What do you mean by physical?
Can you have something that's not physical creating a force?
Well, what is a force?
It's an acceleration. Obviously, it's vector-based.
No.
Well, you said it's an acceleration. That's part of it. What's the other?
Acceleration is due to a force, but I'm saying it's vector.
But what is the literal definition of force? If you were to have to, write down a calculation to figure out a force, what are the two variables that you need in that?
You tell me.
Well, mass and acceleration. That's how you calculate what a force is.
What's mass?
The amount of matter in something.
Yeah, but what is mass?
Well, mass is what stuff is. Mass is a measure of how much something is. We can say
that's very technical. What stuff
this
is?
weight is 1 kilogram of mass of iron. That's the measure of how much of iron it is. There's 1 kilogram of mass.
1 kilogram of mass of iron.
Well, the best way to in physics, the best way to describe it would be a measure of resistance to inertia. If that makes sense. So would you agree with that? That mass is a way of measuring a resistance to inertia.
No, it's resistance to acceleration.
I don't know, but that's the same as being inertia, because inertia is the resistance of change to motion.
Right, yes. So we agree that mass can literally be defined as a measure of resistance to inertia that we give a unit of grams to. So 1 kilogram of something is always going to be 1 kilogram of something, no matter where it is. And then, the force that's applied to that will be different depending on how much acceleration is applied. That's literally what a force is. So that's what we mean when we say a gravitational force, is that there is an acceleration acting upon a mass. And, the mass being the measure of resistance to inertia, we can then use that and the acceleration that's acting upon it to find the force. That's just what a force is.
The mass creates its own force. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no. Mass times acceleration creates a force. If you've got a mass and that mass is under acceleration, there is a force, because F equals ma.
And gravity is not a force, so you cannot have acceleration. That's the whole point.
Well, gravity is an acceleration. That gravity is what causes the acceleration, and then you have the acceleration acting upon the mass, which gives us the force. The force created by gravity.
You just said mass is accelerated. Gravity causes.
No. I said mass times acceleration equals force. Do we agree with that basic concept, Flatzoid, that mass times acceleration equals force? Yeah. Do we agree with that basic concept? F equals ma.
Takes a force to make mass accelerate. I agree, but like I'm saying, gravity is not a force, so it can't cause
creates
anything
a force.
to accelerate.
Gravity creates the force. We know this.
Explain to me what is gravity so it can create a force.
It's an apparent attractive force between all masses. That's I don't really need to get into exactly what it is to prove or to sorry, not prove. Hold on. It's whether gravity is real, not whether I can define it down to the most accurate meaning. And that's not what it is. To demonstrate that gravity is real, I simply have to be able to measure it. And that's it. I don't have to define it to show that it's real. The same way that I could, show you that an electromagnetic field is a real thing without knowing exactly what it is. You don't have to know or explain exactly what it is to know that there's something going on there. We know that there is an apparent attractive force between all masses that is proportional to the product of the masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the masses. This is just an empirical fact.
And this is all based on what?
Measurements.
Measurements. What measurements? Where did you measure these measurements?
Well, I performed a torsion bar gravity experiment, same as every physician in the world. Very similar to a Cavendish experiment, yeah.
When did Craig do it?
You know, Cavendish is not an experiment.
Well, absolutely is. Whether you say it's not an experiment, it doesn't matter because it absolutely is an experiment.
It's the IV for Cavendish.
What's the... See, here we go. This is where you just go around the IV roundabout, because I tell you that the IV is distance, but you say distance can't cause anything. So, that's because you guys, even though your mantra is, what's the IV, the scientific method, you don't actually have any clue what an IV is, because in the Cavendish experiment, the IV is the distance between the masses. That's it. And the dV is the apparent deflection. So you manipulate the distance between the masses and you measure the apparent deflection of the bar on the torsion bar. That's it. IV, dV. No, the IV in the experiment is distance. Nobody said that the IV is gravity. That is you attempting to put words in the mouths of people whilst demonstrating that you don't actually know what an experiment is yourself. Because the IV isn't what you're, the thing. The IV is just something in the experiment to demonstrate there's a cause-effect relationship. So in the Cavendish experiment, specifically,
What was there, or is there an actual independent variable or more than one independent variables that would have been considered in there?
Well, there are always independent variables and dependent variables, Terry. The thing where they get themselves and their knickers in a knot, both the flat earthers and the globers here, is when they start talking about gravity, they try to shoehorn general relativity into Newtonian mechanics. So they want to talk about forces, but then the flat earther brings up that Einsteinian general relativity, right, treats it as if it's not a force, all right? And so Flatzoid's saying that, well, you can't have an acceleration if you don't have a force. But when he says that, of course, he's referring to Newtonian mechanics, because that's what Newtonian mechanics says. But of course, general relativity doesn't say anything like that. General relativity says, yes, you can have an acceleration without a force, because we don't treat gravity as a force. We treat it as the bending of space-time, and the bending of space-time causes masses to move along geodesics in space-time, and that's where the acceleration comes from. All right, but then they try to sort of like mix and match that with Newtonian mechanics by saying that, since we've got an acceleration, we multiply that by the mass and it causes a force. No. The simple fact of the matter is that in general relativity, we don't talk about forces, right? We talk about the bending of space-time and geodesics and stuff like that. It's only in Newtonian mechanics that we talk about forces and masses and accelerations. The two are entirely separate sort of paradigms here. We can sort of like say that when we treat general relativity as if the space-time is approximately flat, when we don't take into account the curving of space-time, then it presents itself as a pseudo-force, okay? But the reality of the matter is that you can't combine the two. You can't talk about general relativity in terms of Newtonian mechanics, and you can't talk about Newtonian mechanics in terms of general relativity, all right? They're just not compatible like that. The only times that they're sort of compatible with each other is in very special circumstances, like the weak field limit, low velocities, things like that. So FTFE is getting himself into trouble by trying to equate general relativity and Newtonian mechanics, and Flatzoid is getting confused because he says that, well, if general relativity says it's not a force, then how can it cause an acceleration? Which just shows a complete non-understanding of what general relativity actually says. Anyone want to add anything to that? Sorry.
I can't.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about it to really put an input into it.
I always see Cavendish as a simple initially, there's all sorts of parts. You can expand upon it, but the initial effort was to demonstrate that two masses could be attracted together. Yeah. Would you say?
Not really.
Well, not really. It wasn't. Its purpose wasn't to demonstrate that, Timbo. I mean, we already had countless, millions upon millions of observations of that thing literally happening every time you drop something, every time you see something fall. The planets moving around the sun, blah, 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 blah. They are all demonstrations of masses attracting masses. And it had been, Newton came up with his, law of gravity to quantify those motions and those observations, but he had no idea, what the constant of proportionality actually was, because he wasn't able to measure that. Whereas Cavendish did. He actually came up with a method for measuring that. His purpose was to measure the density of the Earth, but to do that, he had to measure what big G was.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. At the time, I don't think Cavendish even realized what he had done in that regard.
Yeah.
Because that constant was not popular. In the late 1700s, scientists were quite fond of these ratios. They love to do silly things with ratios, stuff that makes no sense to us sometimes. But at the end of the day, he actually had done more than enough to come up with the gravitational constant. But it wasn't until C.V. Boyce came along 100 years later that that constant that we now know to be big G started being talked about. Cavendish was quite happy just to have a density, which he fixed at 5.48 specific gravity, 5.48. Very close to what we use today.
Yeah.
Proportional to the square of the distance between them. Okay?
Right.
That is my prediction, right? Which means that the attractive force is very, very small and depends specifically on how big the masses are. And a tiny mass like this does not have enough mass to create the force to attract anything that is smaller than it, because everything else is too busy being attracted to the massive, massive mass below us. My prediction is something that I can now test. My prediction specifically talks about how the attractive force is proportional to the product of the masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. So that is something that I can specifically experiment on, because I've made a very specific prediction based on my hypothesis. And the perfect experiment to match my prediction is any version of the Cavendish.
Oh, Cavendish was not an experiment, remember?
I disagree.
You know what torsion twist is because of torque, you know?
Yeah, but it's also an experiment. An experiment that says that if something happens... We've gone through this. What is the IV in the Cavendish? The IV in the Cavendish, it was the distance between the masses. Well, actually, the square of the distance between the masses.
And what are the controls?
What are the controls? The control variables would be the size of the masses.
One of the variables.
Because they never change, so that's a good control variable.
Go on. Should be much more than that. There's so much.
Why do I need more than one control variable?
You know, why did they use a chord string in the first instance with the original Cavendish?
Why? Because that was something they could put a torsion balance on.
Okay. No. Why is it that it is called oscillation because of torsion twist?
Yeah, that's what we expect to happen when we introduce the masses. That's part of the experiment.
So it creates torque.
Yeah.
You know?
absolutely, and that is that is something you can measure. That the DV
torque.
The DV could be the torque on the wire. That's the
not
DV.
Gravity then, not distance. Great.
The IV is the distance. Do you know the difference between an IV and a DV? I don't think you do, because you keep getting them mixed up.
EV is the effect. IV is the cause.
Okay, excellent. Here we go. So there we go. Here we go. IV, distance between the masses. DV, torque applied to wire. You change the IV. You physically manipulate. Let me finish. Let me finish. You physically manipulate the IV by changing the distance between the masses, and that gives you a change.
What is
are you going to keep interrupting whilst I'm talking? Yeah, you are, aren't you? Right. I'm going to start again. Let's see if you can keep shut while I'm talking. Right. The IV, the thing that you physically manipulate, is the distance between the masses. And this gives you the DV, which is the torque applied to the wire. That is what we expect to happen if gravity applies an attractive force between masses.
Sorry, but you just said torque is the reason. So
no, I said torque is what. Torque is the
reason you have them attracting each other.
Torque is gravity. You got IV and DV the wrong way round.
I'm sorry. If there was no torque, would there be attractive masses between each other?
The torque is a result of the fact that the masses are being pulled together, because we've predicted that it will cause an attractive force. That attractive force is going to make the bar turn, which is going to put torque onto the wire. So, if you change the IV, which is the distance between the masses, that is something you physically manipulate. You get a change. I'm still talking. You then get a change in the amount of torque applied to the wire, which is the DV.
Okay, then explain to me why you don't get any result if you have masses that are not heavy enough, denser enough, to actually create torque to move it. Do you get the same effect?
Well, no, because that's the point. If you change
the masses aren't having enough density to create enough torque, would you have the same effect?
The size of the masses will also change the attractive. But that's not what we were doing. That's not what we were doing in this experiment. The control in listen. The control in this experiment was the size of the masses. It could be electrostatics, it could be magnetism, it could be air currents. These are all controls. I am not changing the size of the masses. You don't get to say that changing the size of the masses, because that's not part of my experiment, right? My experiment is keeping the masses the same. That's a control, right? So don't tell me about changing the masses, because that's not part of the experiment.
You don't get it, do you?
No, you don't get it.
Pause it for a moment, Terry.
It's showing.
Yeah. I mean, Cavendish literally did change the masses. He changed the masses quite a number of times. He actually used a number of different materials of different masses to perform his experiment. So Craig's quite wrong there. The original Cavendish experiment did do that, right? And the thing that Cavendish actually measured was the deflection of the torsion bar. He looked at the torsion bar and he had a little vernier scale attached to the end of the torsion bar, and he measured the deflection of the little masses inside. So the actual distance between them, the deflection, was the dependent variable. It was the thing he actually measured, not the independent variable. Thanks.
It's the same as what Blue. Yeah, Blue had that little vernier thing on the end of his, which was cool to watch that move.
Yeah. But that's all Cavendish had. Cavendish didn't have the luxury of having laser pointers and mirrors and computer software to analyse the motion and stuff like that. He had to literally sit there and watch the little vernier for hours on end, judging when it was at its maximum deflection.
Yeah.
Experiment.
It absolutely can be an experiment. I'm applying heat energy. I am applying heat energy as per your hypothesis, and the water
You're
isn't
strawman
boiling.
because you're not giving enough heat energy. That's nonsensical. No one is.
But
going
your
to say
hypothesis
when
didn't
you
say
when
enough heat energy. Your hypothesis.
Is this another topic?
Must be.
I think that's a hangover from their last debate when they're talking about making a cup of tea.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Cheers, by the way.
Yeah, I tried to do that with chemo one time about an experiment. I said, "What about a cup of tea?"
Because he was arguing that the independent variable was time, because all of these guys say that time can't be an independent variable. Well, of course it can. They say, demonstrate it then, and you just say, wait.
There you go.
Hello.
In fact, in most experiments done in chemistry and physics at the high school level, time is the independent variable.
Variable, yes, exactly. You know, things vary depending on how much time you give them to do something. Exactly. And how they can say, "Oh, well, you're not controlling time." Well, you are.
You're
waiting. You're letting it pass, so you're controlling it. Do you give it 10 seconds, a minute, 5 minutes? You're controlling the passage of how long it's having in time. Therefore, it's an independent variable. Oh no, you can't control time. Oh, we're not suggesting that you stop it or go back in time, but you can control how long something lasts. Yeah, and I've done that to people before. They said, "Well, show me a demonstration of time," and you just say, "Well, hang on a minute." You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, crackers.
That question that the flat earthers often ask, well, what is mass? The simple and most correct answer that the globists could possibly give there is just to say that mass is a property of matter. It's a property just like colour, just like momentum, just like temperature. It's a property that matter has. That's all it is.
Yes.
Usually,
PSI, yeah, one way of saying it. But, you know, how do you calculate pressure? What's the mathematical description of pressure?
What has that got to do with my argument I'm presenting, Greg?
Because you said it was pressure pushing on the scales. So I'm asking you to define pressure for me.
Density is why we have the weight, not gravity. Even though you put gravity in your equation, it's not gravity. Remember, you can't even define gravity. You've shown.
Yeah, I can. It's an apparent attractive force between masses. There we go.
Correlation-based deductive. You only have opinions so far and beliefs on what you think gravity is. You can't even give a proper hypothesis that can.
I gave an exact hypothesis.
The demonstration of torque is gravity. You think weight has anything to do with gravity just because it's in an.
It's literally how to calculate weight. You know, as a submariner who's had to do these calculations, you know, so that I could survive.
Sorry,
I was just wondering, if you work with scales every day, you say.
Just because you put G into the equation doesn't make gravity real. That's a reification. You do know.
I don't think you know what reification means.
G to relative density disequilibrium. It will give
no, you can't because the G actually changes based on where you are.
Unicorn farts if I want to, Craig. Just because I changed to unicorn farts, does that make unicorn farts now the replacement?
Well, no, because that's not what it is. You can change things as much as you want. It doesn't make things real. But I want to go back to pressure because you're talking specifically about pressure and you know how that's what causes scales. So, what's the SI units for pressure?
I don't know. You tell me.
You don't. Well, no. Sorry. You're the one that's saying it's pressure that causes it, right? So. How would you know that? How would you measure pressure? What's the SI units for pressure?
Do you know what pressing means?
Yeah, I know what pressing means, but you said pressure, not pressing.
Back to my argument. When I put something on a scale, is gravity pulling that thing down to give the measure? Or is that object pressing on the scale, which gives the reading?
The simple answer is yes.
The mass has a gravitational acceleration acting on it.
Again, where did you cut that? Where did you work that out? You haven't even established it has an acceleration. First of all, you said gravity is not a force, so it cannot have acceleration.
Gravity creates a force.
Prove your acceleration. You prove it as just torque.
Torque was a result. It was the DV. You don't know what a DV is. It's amazing.
Torsion twist was the result of torque. Maybe you don't understand that. Very simple thing.
Define torsion twist.
The twist.
Define torsion twist specifically.
I just did.
The twist. No, that's wrong. Define torsion twist.
I just did.
No, you didn't. You just said the twist. That is not the
twist.
definition of torsion twist.
It's the twist caused by the torque.
So does the torque cause the torsion twist, or does the torsion twist cause the torque? Which one is it? Get it straight.
Torque causes torsion twist.
But you just said torsion twist causes torque.
No, I didn't. Maybe you should clean out that ears of yours.
Yeah, you did it. You literally did. Those were your words.
Torque causes torsion twist.
Torsion twist isn't like really a thing.
The twist, the oscillation.
Torsion twist. It's a made-up thing.
And where did that come from? What made that happen?
The dense masses that cannot be supported by the air around it.
Yeah,
So
no, but wait. That would mean it would be downwards, right? Right. So
on the beam.
So that wait. Hold on. Before you move on.
It causes stress on the beam that causes it to have the torque twist.
Right. So you're saying the fact that there's no support underneath the masses is causing there to be a torque on the wire. Is that right?
Yes, the wire is holding all the weight.
Right, okay. So please explain to me how a downward vector causes a torque, which is a rotational force.
Can you see my hand?
No, I can't.
Okay, I don't know how I'm going to show it to you. It's like a right-hand rule for torque. The force...
He's using his left hand to do the right-hand rule.
Yeah,
is then perpendicular to the force outwards. Do you understand?
Okay.
So if
a downward force cannot...
I wanted to jump it to the next bit.
People who were watching this stream were also watching Flatsoid's stream, because on Flatsoid's stream, he'd got his camera on, and he's going, oh, it's the right-hand rule, and he was using his left hand. Apparently, I mean, I did, so they claimed. I didn't see it, but yeah.
I know they jump into another subject here somewhere.
So I didn't. I could only endure so much.
You really have that music on, because I don't like music.
Oh, that's right. He went for a pee break.
I don't like the music on.
Kind of.
Still talking to the credits.
No. Craig went for a break. I think Craig either went for a pee break or to go and get a drink. And as soon as he got up, he set the music running. Yeah. And poor old Flats always going, oh, I don't want to get copyright strike. I can't mute it. I think Craig did it on purpose. Like, well, whilst I'm away, you're listening to this. Wallop, you know.
And you can hear him complaining in the background.
Yeah, because I don't think he had any way.
Oh man, this is like really insane. I have to talk over it the whole time so it just doesn't stop. Sorry guys.
So he's talking so people can hear him on each stream.
Yeah.
Also the twisting of a beam under action.
So was he dual streaming it on his channel? Was he?
Yeah.
Was he? All right, okay.
Yeah, they were sort of, you know, flat. You couldn't see Flatsoid in Craig's stream, but in Flatsoid's stream, he'd got his camera on.
Yeah.
And that seems to be a growing trend as well. Flatsoid's doing that just the same way as Bev's saying, "Oh, I can't get my camera to work." Like last night. You know?
Well, this probably would have been funnier watching the Flatsoid version of it then.
I did go back and afterwards and watch a bit of Flatsoid's stream, and he is panicking a bit, you know, protesting and.
Could you hear him a bit better than on here?
Only it didn't.
His audio's terrible on this.
Yeah, Craig's got he's really loud and everyone else is really quiet.
So he picked an avatar of it doing a stupid expression and he left that on Craig's. Just
and the protection of the Caution, not talk, Craig. You understand that?
Okay. Here we are. Right. So.
Let's go. Caution is the twisting of a beam under the action of torque.
Yeah. Exactly. So the torque is the measure of the twist.
Torque is the action. IV.
No, because I didn't change. I didn't manipulate the twist.
Yeah,
Do you agree?
we get the
Do you agree? Yes or no? Do you agree? Yes or no? Blacksoid, I would like a yes or a no from you. Do you agree? Yes or no? That a change in the distance between the masses caused a change in the torque applied to the wire. Do you agree? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes, because that's the actual thing. It's the demonstrated, what I'm saying.
And that matches. And there we go. So thank you very much. You have now said that my experiment shows what my prediction said would happen, which was based on my hypothesis, which was based on my observation. Game, set, and match. Chess, mate.
Do you understand?
Chess,
I know
mate.
you have a bit
Checkmate,
of
you mean?
understanding problems, but when you just said
Understanding
cause-
problems.
Listen, the cause for seeing what you're seeing is due to torque, means that it's not gravity, it's torque.
Incorrect.
Torque is the
What was my
reason you
prediction?
see your acceleration.
Incorrect. Incorrect. What was my prediction?
Do you understand that?
Incorrect. What was my prediction? What was my prediction, Fatsoid? You're changing what my prediction was. What was my prediction?
You say fatsoid.
Changing the distance.
Is he saying fatsoid or
which
flatsoid?
causes
It sounded
torque.
like you said
No.
fatsoid,
What was my prediction?
You said the distance would move the masses towards each other.
No. My prediction based on my hypothesis. What was it? Very
You
specific.
never had a hypothesis.
I did. I absolutely did. You keep saying this, but that's because you're thick as fuck. But what was my prediction based on my hypothesis?
Everybody in my chat is laughing at you now because
No, everyone in your chat is laughing at you.
Step out of your own mouth. Do you understand?
Everyone in
You're
your right,
saying-
let me go and check.
Okay, let me see. Is Cavendish evidence for gravity? Is Cavendish evidence for gravity?
So I'm looking at your chat now and no one's laughing at me. Why did you lie?
Oh really?
Yeah.
Everybody, are you laughing at Craig?
You just
Yes,
said
you're-
everyone's laughing at
yes.
me. Whilst you've said that, no one's laughing at me.
See, yes, hi FTP, yes, talk. Everybody, yeah, FTP is laughing. Okay, anyway, so would you answer
Yeah,
me?
no one there's
Does
laughing at me.
Cavendish-
Brilliant.
Does
Right.
is Cavendish evidence for gravity?
Yes, absolutely, because it
yes.
matches my predictions from my hypothesis, from my observation. Boom, done.
Guys, he just proved that Cavendish is first of all not
Oh,
experimental.
I'm reading your chat now. I'm reading your chat now. Actually, Nicholas Green says nope. Pat in the chat says no. I'm laughing at you, Flatsoids Protect. We're laughing at you. According to your chat, they're laughing at you, not me.
No, everybody's laughing at you. I am sure. Oh, it's beyond.
I'm
laughing
reading
at
your
me.
chat and everyone's laughing at you.
Can you read?
Yeah.
Got this on.
It's when it gets childish when it gets to that
Pat,
point.
I'm reading your chat now. Pat in the chat.
the point?
FTFE, I am laughing directly at Flatsoid. Lumpy Gas in the Vacuum, FTFE, I am beyond laughing at him.
So what?
Yeah.
Blargo, we're laughing.
Guys, you do know everybody that's saying yes is laughing at you. Guys, we're going to put this to a poll. Say one for understand what yes means.
I'm reading the words. We're laughing at you, Flatsoid. Hey FTFE, we just witnessed the dismantling of Flats. Feel a bit sorry for him. I'm only seeing twos so far.
But I like what I'm saying here. Check here. Is gravity real? Out of 226 votes, yes, 59%, no, 41%. That's quite close. I'm actually surprised.
Yeah, they got it right though. Well done, guys.
4. Nice one, Logo.
The majority of them are laughing at you because everything you've said is so stupid.
Energy, that's just not idiot. That's
Did I apply heat energy? Yes or no?
Not enough.
No, did I apply heat energy? Yes or no?
Not enough. Not enough because
No, that's not enough. Isn't part of it. Did I apply heat energy? Yes or no?
Well, I must have jumped it too far.
Hands.
No. So I debunked your hypothesis.
You're going against observations. In reality, you've already debunked yourself.
No, I debunked your hypothesis. Your hypothesis was simply. Your hypothesis was simply. I apply heat energy the water boils. That is debunked every time I pick up a glass of water.
No, that's not. That just means you are trying to strawman what the actual hypothesis is.
No. So, at what point did I strawman the hypothesis?
Pick up glass of water, therefore not boil. That's not an experiment.
It absolutely can be an experiment. I'm applying heat energy. I am applying heat energy as per your hypothesis, and the water isn't boiling.
Because you're not giving enough heat energy. That's nonsensical. No one is.
But your hypothesis didn't say enough heat energy. Your hypothesis simply said apply heat energy.
So, does that mean you have to actually apply enough heat energy to get it?
I don't know. Your hypothesis didn't say so.
You're not just going to.
Didn't you tell me earlier that your hypothesis has to be very clear?
Listen, when you do an experiment, you're not just going to go to a stove and just go on one. Oh, I can see it's not giving enough heat energy, but hey, my hypothesis is not working because I only give little bit. No.
So you debunked your hypothesis. Well done.
Because that's part of the control.
You didn't state that. You simply said, I apply heat energy to water and it boils. You didn't state anything about amounts or enough or anything. You simply said, I apply heat energy and the water boils. I can debunk that.
Then you've just debunked the whole of science.
No, I haven't. I just debunked your hypothesis.
No, that wasn't my hypothesis, by the way.
Yes, it was. I asked you and you said yes.
Taken from scientific journals. But anyway, heat energy does boil water. Can you disprove that heat energy does not boil water, Craig?
I can disprove heat energy boiling water, yeah.
Show me. Make sure you add enough heat energy, by the way.
Oh, no, that wasn't the thing. You didn't ask that. You simply said, can you disprove heat energy boiling water? Yes, I can.
You go to a stove and you put on the kettle. Let's go to the kettle. You boil it. Is the heat energy being transferred to boil it in the kettle?
That wasn't your question.
Okay.
You're changing your question.
You go to the stove and you put a pot of water on, you stick the heat on, and you wait for it to boil. Is there enough heat energy to make it boil?
If I put my stove onto one, it won't boil.
If you go to a hot spring in nature and you see it's boiling,
Flatsoid, hold on. Flatsoid, if I go to my stove and I put a pot of water on it and I put the stove onto one, it won't boil.
No shit, because you're not giving enough heat energy. That's just not idiot.
Did I apply heat energy? Yes or no?
Not enough.
No, did I apply heat energy? Yes or no?
Not enough. Not enough because
not enough isn't part of it. Did I apply heat energy? Yes or no?
Not enough.
Yes or no, Flatsoid? It's a yes or no question.
Not enough. It's dishonest. It's dishonest to say you're not applying enough heat energy.
Your hypothesis didn't say anything about enough. Maybe you need to refine your hypothesis.
What is the boiling point of water, Craig?
72 degrees centigrade.
Depends what pressure you're at.
With
sea level. Or...
No, it's 72 degrees centigrade, but I just have to be up
100 degrees centigrade is the boiling point of water because that's when it goes through phase change.
Well, I can make water boil at 72 degrees centigrade.
You can.
Yeah, in fact, I can make water boil at 15 degrees centigrade.
Yeah, but I'm talking about 1 atmosphere pressure. Remember
you didn't say that, so maybe you need to refine your hypothesis again.
I just told you it was in the control 1 atmosphere pressure.
No, it wasn't. You didn't say that.
Yes, I did. But
I
anyway,
was literally listening. You didn't say that.
What? At what temperature does water boil at 1 atmospheric pressure?
Approximately 100 degrees centigrade.
Okay, great. So now you know water boils at that. Okay, that's the set bar. That's the control. You know it boils at that. Why are you going to stick it to 1 and think, it's going to get 100 degrees to watch if it boils?
I never said... Right, your hypothesis said nothing... your hypothesis said nothing about any of that. These are things that you have added.
The problem is... it because you're not putting enough heat
No. You're the one changing it. Your hypothesis said nothing about any of those things. Your hypothesis said nothing about the amount of heat. Your hypothesis said nothing about the atmospheric pressure. Your hypothesis, and I got you to confirm this, your hypothesis was simply, if you apply heat energy to water, the water boils.
Go back and listen, Craig. Again, boiling water is the key word here at 1 atmospheric pressure. Boiling water requires enough heat energy. So when
Enough
you apply
heat energy, yes. Not just heat
it
energy.
needs enough heat energy to boil. So you're not just going to stick it on one, because then you're ignoring the hypothesis.
No, I'm not. Your hypothesis didn't say about amounts of heat energy.
Sorry?
Your hypothesis said nothing about the amount of heat energy.
It does. What is boiling?
Your hypothesis said nothing about the amount of heat energy to make the water boil.
What is boiling?
Right. Tell me your hypothesis again.
Heat energy causes water to boil at 1 atmospheric pressure.
Okay, I can debunk that.
What is water boiling? What is water boiling? Does that have a certain amount of energy needed to have it boiling?
Yeah, but you didn't say that. You didn't say that. You just said heat energy makes water boil. You didn't say. You did not say. Hold on. Said.
He's not going to get it.
Not what you exchanged, but you never said that.
No.
Does it have a certain amount of temperature to get that
round and round we go?
Yeah, but that wasn't your hypothesis. Your hypothesis. Your hypothesis. Changing your.
He didn't put that in his hypothesis. We'll jump forward a bit.
Honestly, a lot of fun. All right, Toon's coming on, so we'll have a wee chat with him. Guys, super chats. Wow, so many. Thank you very much. There was like 624 watching at one point, which is also pretty awesome.
Does Toon have a bit of a
And I say I've got 2 new members as well, which is always amazing.
Hello. Do watches.
Say again?
Well, all of it?
Yeah, say again.
So I can give an infinite amount of heat energy and the water wouldn't boil if the time it takes to give the energy is slower than the water releasing the energy.
Okay. Remember I did a video where I took a hot pot and I threw...
Did you listen to what I said? Did you listen to what I said?
What? And what happened? Did it stop boiling straight away?
Did you listen to what I said? Did you listen to the words that I said?
What has time got to do with this hypothesis?
I'm just saying that I can debunk your hypothesis by applying that heat energy really slowly.
Heat energy. You know how much that is.
But your hypothesis didn't state that.
I'm sorry, I just debunked that because a pot of, and I throw the water in, it's already heated up, it's going to start boiling in.
Right, no, you haven't debunked anything because I can literally apply an infinite amount of heat. Right, listen to these words, Flats. I could apply an infinite amount of heat energy to water and it wouldn't boil.
Please show me that.
All we have to do is do it slowly enough. All we have to do is do it slowly enough that the time to impart the energy isn't as fast as the water is releasing the energy. And I've debunked your hypothesis once again.
You know, when you eventually get to a certain amount, it's going to boil.
No,
matter how slow
absolutely not. Not at all. Not if the.
It's a typical example
because it's losing.
Flurf is not listening to what they say, to what they claim.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to understand. He seems to think that water somehow conserves that heat energy. Once it receives it, it conserves it. Well, no, it doesn't do that. It dissipates. As Craig is correct in what he's saying, but it's just like it's typical Craig's debates. Quite often, they kind of go round and round and round and round in circles for like half the debate.
Yep.
Quite often.
Yep.
And I've got to be honest though with Craig. I mean, he gets quite angry on stuff like that when people interrupt him, but he's constantly doing it himself.
Mm.
And I think there'll probably be better debates if he kind of stuck to that rule himself as well. To be fair. Not that I'm saying anything he's saying is incorrect. Just just stating the obvious.
So that's typical of Flatside, is he, when people talk to him. Nonsensical.
Anyway, how was everybody?
Oh, well.
Yeah.
You missed all the good stuff.
I was just chilling earlier on. I'm knackered. I don't know why.
Because you stayed up late?
No, I didn't actually. I was in bed by about, I don't know, 12:30, 1 o'clock. No, it was about 1:15, something like that. I was on the shelves.
I went to bed. I couldn't watch anymore.
Went to bed.
I missed it.
I stayed up and watched Bev's performance.
I did a 7-hour and 40-minute stream yesterday.
Yeah.
I know. I dropped in and out a few times. as
I know
was,
you did. Yeah, I saw you in
streaming,
the chat. Yeah. So that was a long one. It was a good bit of practice though to get back into streaming again. So yeah, it was fun. But a long day.
Yeah.
Oh, that's enough dirt for now. We got anything to clean our brain with, Paul?
Yeah, I've got two things. Two things. I've got a hard quiz and something else. All right.
Something else. Okay.
Yeah. Let me see what I can organise here.
Yeah. Take your time.
My graphics card died, so I've only got three out of my 4 screens at the moment.
Oh no!
Oh, no!
Yeah,
That's terrible.
I don't know how you're going to manage, Paul.
Yeah.
I really don't. Oh dearie me!
Do you want me to
We're
a matter of
and us normal mortals are sitting here with one.
Do you
Well,
do you
I am
want
anyway.
us to change it?
Oh, you got 2, cheeky git.
Well, 3 if I include that as well.
Yeah.
let me.
I couldn't operate with less than 2 screens now. I've got too used to it. It's bloody usual.
I don't feel a need for one at the moment, but whatever.
I put up with two at home, but yeah, 4.
I don't
four's
even
my
know. I
minimum.
don't even know how to set up 2 screens. To be honest with you, I've never done it, so
You
I've got.
you plug them in and it goes through to you.
You plug them in. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Plug it in.
And then it asks you which ones you want to be screen number 1 and screen number 2.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
all it is it? All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
in the settings in the NVIDIA drivers, whatever it is, it tells you that.
Oh,
And
one
you
second.
tell which screen is which to which. So is one
Yeah.
next to on the left or on the right? You know,
It's not
that
that
easy.
complicated.
Get the
I managed to
chat.
play.
right, then I didn't-
I managed to play music on my timer, Matt.
Should be 2 things in there. I hope.
Although I have 4 screens at work, I'd much prefer to have 2 big, like 37 widescreens or something or other, 37-inch widescreens or something like that. Can't get work to fork out for that.
I'm not surprised. What do you need that for? Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
famous
got it
dumb people.
organised. Famous dumb people. All right. So this is just a little exercise for you to go through to start with. It's going to be a quote. You got to tell me who it is. And if you can't tell me who it is, I'll provide a picture. And if you still can't tell me who it is, I'll tell you who it is with the answer. Okay. So it's not really a quiz, but it's just a bit of fun.
Famous dumb people. Ooh, okay.
Famous dumb people. Yeah. So all these people are famous or infamous.
They're
Okay.
famous, but they're
Or
dumb.
dumb. Or dumb.
Well, all of them are dumb. Yeah.
But are they famous
Absolutely.
because they're famous because they were dumb?
Yeah, like here's an example. I actually don't like thinking. I think people think I like to think a lot, and I don't. I do not like to think at all. Who said that?
Oh.
Any ideas?
I won't spell this right.
That sounds like someone like Kim Kardashian would say, or something
It's
like that.
not Einstein, Timbo. No, it's not
No,
Einstein. It's not Bev either.
It's not, yeah, it's something that Bev would say.
Oh dear.
Would Kim the Kardashian say something like that?
Yeah. Now I'm not going to make this drawn out. So here you get a picture. Now you'll know who it is. Who is it?
Oh, Kanye West.
It is Kanye West. Yeah, Kanye West said that. Apparently he doesn't like to think. Eh? Yeah.
Well, there's a shocker.
Your next one. Yeah, your next one. I've never really wanted to go to Japan simply because I don't like eating fish. And I know that's very popular out there in Africa.
Oh my lord.
No idea.
Who said that?
No idea.
Paris Hilton. Paris Hilton, I'm going to say.
Someone who's geographically challenged.
Quite that dumb.
Paris Hilton, I bet that's Paris Hilton.
Would they
It's
be
not
American
Paris
by any
Hilton,
chance?
no.
Not Paris Hilton.
I reckon they're American.
No.
They'd have to be.
I reckon they've got to be American.
Oh, it was
Who is
close.
that?
That's not Paris Hilton, but no.
Who's that?
Who's that?
Who is it?
I
She's
recognise
that
her face,
TikTok-
I don't know who she is.
She's that TikTok woman.
Yeah.
TikTok woman.
Well, that narrows it down.
Yeah, no,
that
I
narrows
was,
it
no,
down a
I
lot.
face, but I have no idea what a name. I don't know what a name is.
Someone's spying on you.
It
Someone's
was.
spying on us, Matt.
Britney. Oh, it is Britney Spears. Yes,
Britney.
you're right.
Yeah,
Britney Spears.
Is that Brittany? Good old
Is it
Brittany.
Britney Spears.
Yeah, my
Spears?
my missus just said that was Britney Spears, so yeah, she got one.
Yeah.
Oh.
There you go. Right. No, I didn't go to England. I went to London.
Ah. Oh,
That was
the other
famous.
London.
That's an American. That's definitely an American.
Well, there's clearly got to be more than one London. You can bet your boots
Who was-
to London in America.
Who was that?
Another
Yeah,
American.
it was-
Have to be.
London, about 100 miles north of me.
There you go.
Yeah.
No idea. Not heard that one either.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
That
Oh, no,
was
that
indeed.
is Paris Hilton.
Paris
Yeah,
Hilton.
there you go. I knew
Who
Paris
said,
Hilton was
who
going to come
said
in
Paris
somewhere.
Hilton
They had
before? Matt
that-
did.
Yeah,
They
that
had
was
Paris
me.
out.
Oh,
That was
you
me.
knew
No,
you
we
get
had
it
Paris
right.
Hilton in
You
the
knew
chat.
you get it right eventually.
Yeah.
Truth-
Truth Nerds got that
Truth
pretty
Nerds said it.
quickly
She was
out
going to
there.
be in
so-
there somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, where's the Cannes Film Festival being held this year?
That's a hard one. Ryan.
Well, that could be
Bognor
anyone.
Regis.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Any ideas?
No, don't know.
It
Who
was
said
this
Bognor?
person.
Who said Bognor Regis?
Bognor Regis. Yeah, Bognor Regis.
Obviously.
Shout out to Bognor.
Good old Bognor.
Who the
Anyone
bloody
know
hell's
who
that?
that
So this is going to say I have no idea who
Get
that
your
is.
brains trust again, Matt. You need help.
I'm too old.
Hang on. Let me hang on. Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
wait till you
Let
get
me
the
get my
brains
missus.
trust.
My missus will
Brains
know
trust.
this.
Yeah, brains
Is
trust.
that really? Is that really Lynn?
Right.
Hang on a minute. My missus will tell you.
Not Lindsay Lohan,
Don't
no.
bring up the
Oh,
last
good,
dance.
because
No.
Who's that?
We're waiting.
Hang on, my missus will know. Who is it?
Christina Aguilera.
Christina
He-
Aguilera.
She is absolutely right.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey.
Christina
Hey, Matt.
Aguilera.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you get out of your seat and put your missus there? I think she's smarter than you.
Right, here, hold on. Just do what you want.
All right, here's your next one. Smoking kills. If you're killed, you've lost an important part of your life.
Shit. Hey, there she is. Hello.
Who said that?
Hello.
Who said that?
So, who thinks
No,
of being killed is losing an important part of your life?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm in
I'd
total
go
agreement
along
with
with
Yeah. But,
I can't say that's necessarily dumb. It's quite
It's not wrong.
Inspired.
Not quite wrong.
All right, who?
I have no
who is
idea who
this?
that is. Mrs. M2M. Who's that? Because I have no idea.
That is oh, what's her name? She went out with
Speaking to that. You have
Thingamajig?
be there like that. In front of it.
face is vaguely familiar, but I couldn't tell you who she is.
Went out with
If I
Mike
say-
Tyson.
If I say the words Blue Lagoon,
oh yes.
Oh, that's Brooke Shields.
Brooke Shields. You're
That's it,
right,
Brooke
Farmer's
Shields.
Boy.
I
It
knew the
is
face
Brooke
was familiar,
Shields.
but I just couldn't
Yeah.
quite place it.
Doesn't look like she did it in there.
Now, I've obviously had to edit out the name here. Asked whether he supported gay marriage, this person replied, "No, I think gay marriage is something that should be between a man and a woman." Who would have said that?
Well, we can rule out
Truth
women,
Nerds has it. Truth Nerds has that one right. It is this fella. It is
Arnold
indeed
Schwarzenegger.
Arnie.
Arnie.
Oh
Arnold
no!
Schwarzenegger.
Really? He'd say something like that.
Oh,
He did say that, yes.
oh
Yeah.
dear.
Arnie.
So,
Yeah.
I guess I'm going to fade into Bolivian. Who said that?
I don't know that.
Oblivion.
Oh, you go to Bolivia. I'll stick with Oblivion, thank you. Yeah. Blimey.
Would it be Tom Cruise or something like that? That's just a
Not Tom
guess
Cruise.
out of
no.
nowhere.
No,
Guess
it
out of
was this person. Who's that?
Uh,
Don't know.
Oh, that's
Don't
the
recognise
boxer.
him.
It is a
Who
boxer,
is it?
yes.
Is he? Oh, I
one?
don't follow boxing, so.
Mike Tyson.
It is Mike Tyson. Well done. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, next one. I've been on food stamps and welfare. Anybody help me out? No. Literally being on food stamps and welfare is someone helping you out.
yeah, yeah.
This is a bit of a harder one. You might not have heard of this person.
It's an answer out in the. I don't know if that's right.
Kelly Bundy. No.
I have no idea who that is.
It's this person. Anyone know who that
I've
is?
seen him.
Oh, I know
Seen
him.
his
Yeah.
face, but I
Yes,
don't know his name.
I know the face, but I couldn't.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't tell you his name.
His name is Craig T.
Nelson.
Nelson.
Craig Nelson.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
I have no idea who that is.
Blue's got to know this one. I believe in an America where millions of Americans believe in an America that's the America millions of Americans believe in. That's the America I love.
Oh, I'll get some.
Would it be DT?
Sounds more like
That-
Yogi Berra.
That
Yeah,
does
I'll
sound
guess-
like a
I'll
Trumpism,
guess
doesn't
him.
it? Yeah.
It's
I
not
think that's
Yogi
a Trump.
Berra. It's not Donald Trump.
Oh,
No?
not Trump.
No.
No. It's this person.
Oh, okay. Well, whoever he is.
Whoever that is.
Pass.
No, don't know him.
Former presidential candidate.
It was, yeah.
An American
Yeah,
politician.
it was that. Mick Romney. I think his name was Mitt Romney, wasn't
Yeah,
it? Mitt Romney.
Ah.
Yeah. Next one. It's time for the human race to enter the solar system.
Okay.
Well, where are we now?
I don't know where we are now, but you know.
Which
He
way
said
do we
that.
go to enter it?
Yeah.
I reckon it was a politician, but let's see.
It is a politician, yeah. That's an American politician too.
I'll go for the same answer again.
It's not
Eventually
Donald
going
Trump,
to get him
no.
right. Eventually.
It is this person.
Oh, okay. Not that person.
I don't know who that is either.
No.
Is he wearing a syrup?
Vice President under Bush.
I literally
Okay.
had hundreds of dumb quotes to choose from this person.
Oh, yeah.
It is
don't know.
Dan Quayle.
Oh, is that? Oh, that's that Dan.
Yeah.
Quayle,
Yeah. He said a lot of dumb stuff.
Yeah.
If it weren't for electricity, we'd be all watching television by candlelight.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I've heard that one before.
Yeah, I have, but I can't.
Imagine watching
I was
TV
gonna say, does
by candlelight.
Carl,
We didn't have
Carl
electricity.
probably relates to that.
I do sometimes watch TV by
Yeah.
candlelight, but that's when I just turn the lights off.
Well, you had a blackout, did you? You couldn't turn the light on.
No, sometimes if I'm going for it and watching a film and feeding it through the soundbar and it's late at night, I'll turn the lights off and just have a candle on, to sort of set the mood a
Mind
bit. But
you, I mean, you forget sometimes. Though there was one day when we had a power cut. It was on all day because they were doing some work down the road. And I said, "Well, there's nothing for it. Might as well make a cup of tea." Oh, hang on a minute. Took a few seconds for the penny to drop.
That's why you want a gas hob.
I was just going to say, we've
Yeah.
got gas here. We don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, I've got a gas hob, so
Yeah.
yeah.
Worry about
I
that.
don't know if guess.
And gas hot
I
water.
I don't know who that is.
George Goebel.
Who's that?
It was George Goebel, yeah.
Never heard of him.
All right.
Oh, he was being.
Those are
You
always
know
people
this
we've
one
never
is.
heard of.
I've brought this one up before. Fiction writing is great. You can make up almost anything.
Almost.
You can. You can make up anything.
Almost.
Almost anything.
Yeah. If you said your usual, Terry, you'd almost be right.
Oh, okay,
But not quite.
I'll have another go at it.
Is it you?
You mean almost?
His daughter?
You mean almost be right? Ah.
Well, if you didn't say a first name, you'd be right. But if you said
Yeah.
Donald Trump, you'd be wrong.
Is it Ivanka Trump?
Ah.
Whatever her name is?
It is indeed. Yeah. It is Ivana Trump.
Ivana Trump.
Ivana Trump.
Ah.
Yeah.
I didn't know her name. So.
Yeah.
I could have just went
Mrs.
Mr.
Trump.
Trump. Or Miss Trump.
Yeah, that's what Carl did, Mrs. Trump.
Those who survived the San Francisco earthquake said, "Thank God I'm still alive." But of course, those who died, their lives will never be the same again.
No, definitely not.
Oh dear.
That's very deep and entirely
it is.
accurate. Yes,
Yeah.
their lives will never be the same
They'll
again.
change,
They
they'll
won't
change their
be,
lives,
yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're dead.
Well, yeah. Okay. Well, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
That is.
that's putting a negative spin on it, man.
It is. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the fact
don't
that they're
know who
dead.
that
yeah.
No idea who that is.
That is Barbara Boxer.
No.
Still don't know who that is.
No. Don't know who that is.
It's an American politician.
American politician. Yeah.
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 That seemed to feature a lot here.
And
Yeah, I wonder why. That seems to be a theme here. Is this sort of saying what the Americans are like in politics and in celebrity?
Never, yeah.
Yeah. I cannot tell you how grateful I am. I am filled with humidity.
I'm sure they're very hot.
The witty. Yeah.
Bring tears to your eyes.
Hey, Matt, go for your other answer. It might be that one.
What other answer? I haven't got another answer.
Oh,
Well, Paris
you haven't got
Hilton,
another one.
ain't
Yeah, I was
in
gonna-
that.
yeah. Or your original. No, it wasn't. No, it's not.
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah,
Who's
I
that?
don't even know.
No, I don't know who that is.
It was this fellow.
Who's he?
Blue? Who's that?
He is Gib Lewis.
Who's that? I've never heard of him.
That's a bit of an obscure one, right?
They all.
I do not like this. This one's one of my favourites. I do not like this word bomb. It is not a bomb. It is a device that is exploding.
Yeah.
I think you're splitting hairs now.
Yeah.
That sounds like somebody like non-English speaking person would say that knows
It
a bit
would
of
be,
English.
yes. It
Yeah.
is. It is indeed, yeah.
You kind of get that impression. So I'm
I
going to
do
say,
not like this word bomb. It is
it-
not a bomb.
it is. I reckon it's probably a previous Russian leader of some description. One of the ex-presidents or something. No. Okay. Who's that?
Jacques LeBlanc?
It is Jacques Leblanc.
Oh, Jacques LeBlanc.
Who's he?
A French politician.
Yeah.
French politician.
Yeah.
Never heard of him either.
Traditionally, most of Australia's imports come from overseas.
Well, they would, yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's
True
about
statement.
70% of our politicians would make that statement.
You don't generally import exports.
That's
Which
right.
export imports.
It wouldn't surprise me if it was Scotty, but
Not
it could be any
Scotty,
of them.
no.
Not Scotty? Yeah, okay.
Not
Yeah, but
Scotty.
traditionally
No,
most of
no.
them came from overseas. But
Bit of an obscure.
Oh, I know that face,
Australian politician.
but you could probably say who it was. I don't know who that is. I know the face.
I'm not sure who that is. I'm sure you tell me the name, I know who it is.
It is in Keppel Endbury.
I still don't know who that is.
No.
Okay. Fair enough.
What was he?
Sure, there have been injuries and deaths in boxing, but none of them serious.
oh, okay.
That
dear.
sounds like a Mike Tyson or someone. Like that.
It's that scene in Top Secret when he's on the phone and he says, yeah, right, fine. Tell me if there's any change in his condition. Puts the phone down. He's dead.
Yeah.
Not serious though. He'll get better, but he's dead. Yeah.
You're right in saying this is a boxer, but this is an English boxer this time.
No serious deaths at all.
English boxers.
This
Who's that
is
one?
the
That's
fella.
oh no, it's not who I thought it was. No.
Oh,
I don't know who that
recognise the picture, but I don't know who
I
who he is.
recognise the black and white one, but I can't think of his name.
His name was Alan Minter.
That's yeah.
No.
I know it. Yeah. Now you say
Hey, Matt,
Alan
do you
Minter,
want
but I say
another
I'm not.
chair for the missus?
Oh, she's standing behind. She's good at recognizing people's faces and things like that. She's very good. She knows the celebrities.
We didn't underestimate them. They were just a lot better than we thought.
That's obviously a sports person.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so.
Bit of an obscure one. You might not know who this is, but Americans.
Oh,
might know
it's
who it is.
Bobby Robson.
Bobby Robson, yeah.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
indeed, Bobby
There,
Robson.
there,
yeah.
there is a satirical magazine printed over here every fortnight called Private Eye, edited by Ian Hislop, and they have a special section in these. They're called Coleman balls, after the sports
Oh, that's
commentator Coleman, and they are all along these lines, but they're usually to do with sport.
Yeah. And this one, the last one, I think this one is. It's one of my favourites.
Really?
For
Does
most
it?
people,
Wow.
for most people, death comes at the end of their lives.
Well, who'd have thunk it?
Yeah.
I died, but that was fine. I've got plenty more years left in me, so
Yeah, I died, but I got better.
got better. Yeah, came over all dead, so we let him have the afternoon off. Yeah.
And I don't have a picture for this one because it was said by some unknown GLR broadcaster in the UK.
GLR, is that Great London Radio or something?
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah. I mean, again, technically it's correct. Death usually comes at the end of people's lives.
Yeah, it usually does.
Yeah, you can't
There
argue
you
with
go.
that. can you?
That was something just a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. That was
That was fun.
I do, in addition to that, actually have a quick before the answers.
that's
Can I tell you what the first one is? I'll tell you what the first one is.
No, don't, because that was question.
Hey,
That was
Matt,
question number
Mrs. might be
10.
coming back any second now. Watch out.
Oh. No.
Okay.
Oh no,
Matt's changing his screen quick.
I have to say I wasn't enjoying that one on the left. The other two were fine, but
Ask her if she recognises any of those faces, Matt.
I won't do that.
Faces? There were faces.
Okay, here's your hard quiz now. All right,
Okay.
so it's not terribly hard.
Concentrate now. Concentrate.
Yeah. Question 1. In Burmese myths, this thing is a child-eating demon, while in Chinese myths, it is represented by a dragon named Hong. What is this?
About that area of tall myths at all.
He wouldn't be the mild-mannered janitor, would he? What? Nobody got that? Oh,
Yeah, Superman. Yeah, whatever.
That's the answer to the wrong question, Timbo.
Mild
Hong
mannered
Kong.
janitor.
I realised that.
Hong Kong Fooey, come
Oh,
on!
Hong Kong Fooey. Oh, okay.
Hong Fooey.
Yeah, sorry, that was lost to me, farmers.
All right. It's not about agriculture, but the Zulu goddess of beer is also the goddess of this thing that Ixchel is named after. What is this thing? It's not Baba Yaga, not Pikachu, not my ex. Okay. In Maori myths, Hina travels across one of these things to cross the gap between the mortal world and the realm of the gods. What did she cross?
Could be wrong.
That would be the right thing,
Yeah.
Timbo. Yeah. You would have definitely got it on the next clue, Timbo.
Yeah.
It's not the moon. In Aboriginal mythology, a serpent named for this phenomenon created the Dreamtime.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah? Terry should know it now.
Terry should get that one now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, come on, Terry, no pressure.
Go on.
Yeah, no pressure.
Think about
No.
You've almost got it, Big Blue. You've just got to make the word a bit longer, man. And we also have a winner out in the peanuts with Crumpy Old Gunt. Yes, it is indeed the rainbow. One of these structures serves as the bridge between Asgard and Midgard and is named Bifrost.
Of course it is, yes.
Yeah. Name this optical illusion governed in Greek mythology by Iris. It is a rainbow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Taste the rainbow.
What was that one with the flesh? They said we couldn't put a rainbow inside or something.
You can't have a rainbow indoors except when you can.
Except you can.
Except you can, yeah.
Question 2. A namesake development project on this body of water involves building a Russian industrial zone, and New Ismailia City. What is this body of water?
Ooh.
A sea. Okay.
No, it's not a sea.
Oh, it's not a sea, so it's not that one then. Yeah.
No. The world's longest swing bridge carries trains above this body of water.
Okay. A river.
No.
It's not the Caspian Sea. No.
No. Oh,
Longest swing bridge.
where is it? Where is it?
The Bella Bypass expanded this body of water size in 2015. Not the Volga, no. The Great Bitter Lake is located between a city formerly known as Port Tewfik and Port Said on this body of water. What is it?
Oh, that's not what I was thinking then.
I don't know how you
is it
spell
gonna
it,
be
but I think that's right.
That's the right one. Not quite spelt right, but yes, that's
No,
the
but
right one.
it's got letters in it.
Matt spelled it correctly.
Oh, did I? Oh, I thought I spelled it wrong.
No, but Timbo, of course, got it wrong. But yeah,
Of course.
Timbo's spelling isn't the greatest, is it?
No.
Oh, these
As
are
I
my
said, I
letters.
got letters in it. I thought that was good.
Yeah, I know what you meant. So you got enough letters right to know what you meant. Yeah, the opening of this waterway was commemorated by the construction of the Khedivial Opera House in Cairo.
If you think about the region where Cairo is, it might give it away.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
I was thrown off by the top one.
Name this Egyptian canal that connects the Red and the Mediterranean seas. It is not the River Nile. Come on, Peanuts.
Bigger than that, longer.
That's the one, Dora.
There you go.
The Suez Canal. Yeah.
The Suet Pudding Canal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Mm.
All right, question 3. People reading this text often do so with the aid of a small rod with a pointing finger at the end called a yod. What are they reading? Using one of these?
That's the...
That's the one. Yeah. Again, Timbo, your spelling's not quite right, but it's close enough that I know what
It starts with that and ends with that.
Yeah. And well done to Carl Edwards, who got it first clue too.
Oh, the first clue, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is the Torah. Yeah. Cantillation marks describe the proper intonation for reading this text, which is typically written on a scroll. Yeah. Congregants carry copies of this text while singing and dancing during a holiday named for this text, which immediately follows Sukkot. This text is split into sections called parashot, which are read every week, the first of which is called... You've got to say that carefully. Bereshit.
Okay.
Not bear shit.
Bear shit.
Yeah, or in the beginning, and it relates to the creation of the world. The 5 books of Moses comprise what holy book of Judaism? It is the Torah.
Oh, it's not the Life of Brian then. Sorry.
Not the Life of Brian, no.
And I think you meant to sing part of it or read part of it as part of your what do you call it? Mental block. Doesn't matter. You know what I mean.
What are their names?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He says the birds are scrounging.
Gin.
This scientist predicted that periodic crystals would contain DNA in the book What is Life? Who said that?
No idea.
Who predicted that aperiodic crystals would contain DNA?
Yeah, that's the one, Dora. That's what I was trying to say.
The Koran. Koran. This book inspired Watson and Crick to research the structure of DNA. So someone came up with this idea before Watson and Crick. This scientist's equation can be solved with the self-consistent field method and relates the time derivative of the wave function to its Hamiltonian. Who was this? A scientist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a scientist, but which one?
I know.
Not
I know
Richard
who it is, but I cheated.
Dawkins. Yeah. That equation's formula can be written E psi equals H hat psi. Not Pauling, no. This scientist formulated a concept that uses a box that dispels poison released by alpha particles. Yeah, you know who it is now. You're right, Clive Wells. It is indeed Erwin Schrödinger. Name this Austrian scientist who is perhaps most famous for his thought experiment involving a simultaneously dead and alive cat. It was Schrödinger. Yeah.
So many memes with Schrödinger.
Yeah, there are, aren't there? Yeah. Question 5. The Auger effect explains how these particles are replaced by one another, and the Drude model explains the transport properties of these particles. What are these particles?
Auger effect.
Yeah, and the Drude model. Yeah. Movement of one of these particles in diagrams is marked by fish-like arrows. Cathode ray tubes were used in the Cavendish laboratory at Cambridge to discover these particles, whose tests were carried out by J.J. Thomson. What particles? An ion is a charged atom that has more or less of these particles. That's the one, Big Blue. It is electrons, but you were beaten out there by, I think, who was the first person to get it out there?
Carl, I think.
I think it was Carl, yeah.
Yep.
Well done, Carl. Yep. Name this subatomic particle that composes valence shells in an atom and has a negative charge. It is indeed the electron. Yeah.
We had one of those at school.
Yeah. Okay. Question 6. The perfect variety of these substances is described in a Taylor modulus. What substances are these?
Go on, baby.
Not Einstein condensates, no. Examples of these substances include rainy nickel, while another is hurt by added lead acetate in a process called poisoning. What kind of substances are these? Not semiconductors, Carl, no.
Okay.
That one of these substances is palladium. What is palladium? What's it known as? That is correct, Big Blue. Well done. Iron oxide acts as a heterogeneous example of one of these substances in the Haber-Bosch process. What kind of substances are these? And yes, well done out there in the chat too, Truth Nerds, who got the correct answer of catalysts.
Okay.
These substances work by lowering the activation energy, and enzymes are biological examples of them. They're catalysts. Name these substances that speed up chemical reactions. Catalysts, yeah. Question 7. Aaron Burr's daughter had the first recorded honeymoon at this place. Where was it? That's the one, Timbo. Quick off the mark there. The Hooker Chemical Company dumped toxic waste near the Love Canal neighbourhood in a city named for this place. Where is it? And we have a correct answer out in the peanuts now. Well done to Timbo for getting it on the first clue, and to Fred Knotts for getting it on the second clue.
And spelling it correctly, probably.
Niagara Falls. Let's see. You actually... not quite, Timbo.
No, I don't think so. As I said, I got letters in there, and that's about it.
Goat Island is located in the middle of this place's namesake river, which drains into Lake Erie and flows past the city of Buffalo. The Hornblower and Maid of the Mist are tour boats on what landmark shared by the US and Canada, which includes the Bridal Veil, Horseshoe and American Falls? It is, of course, Niagara Falls. Okay, question 8. Traditional African architecture uses scaling that is comparable to these shapes, and the idea of these shapes stemmed from the thinking of Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. What kind of shapes are these? Not beehive huts. Viagra Falls. No.
That's not how it's supposed to work.
No. The name of these shapes comes from the Latin for broken, and they have been defined as a shape where the Hausdorff dimension exceeds the topological dimension, but this definition was later simplified and expanded. What kind of shapes are these? Not hexagons, not spirals, not cookie shapes. These shapes are exemplified in Romanesco broccoli, and a type of this shape is named for Menga. What kind of shapes? That is the one, Farmer's Boy.
I had to get something right today.
You did. You got it just slightly after Truth Nerds, who came out with it.
It was the broccoli
first.
that did it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Peanuts, well done, Truth Nerds and Clive. Name these self-similar mathematical constructs like the Koch snowflake, the Sierpinski's triangle, and the Mandelbrot set.
Never think of them as shapes. So, yeah, cool.
Fractals.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Fractals.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate that. I really hate that.
I was thinking it was patterns, but yeah.
Why do you hate that, Matt?
I just find it disturbing. It's just
off-putting.
Oh.
You think of like a growth on the end of your finger.
Yeah, you kind of sort of think. If I went to bed thinking about it, I'll have nightmares about it. Probably.
Ah, okay.
If you played the other way, is it more scary as it's trying to grab you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, we're after a number here. The divergence theorem in this many dimensions is equivalent to Green's theorem. How many dimensions? What number am I thinking of? It's not 12. It's nice guess, Timbo, but it's not 12.
You can start somewhere.
Oh, dear. Loschmidt's paradox arises from the H theorem, which is a statement for a law of this number. What number? It's not 21.
42.
No, not 42 either. A planetary law named for this number dictates that a line segment covers the same area in equivalent amounts of time and was formulated by Johannes Kepler. What number? Come on, you've got to know it now.
Oh. No. It's rummaging around there, but I can't remember.
Maxwell's demon challenged a law of this number And that law says that the total entropy of the system always increases. What number? Come on.
That didn't help me.
Oh dear. What number titles in Newtonian law stating F equals ma? Come on, the peanuts have got it out there.
Okay.
Two, the second law of thermodynamics. Kepler's second law. Newton's second law.
Oh, now I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. It is 2. Clive. Clive was the first person out there to get it, I believe.
Now I get it.
Well done.
Now I get it.
Okay. And your last question. The Fanes example of these things are among the earliest types of them known. Timbo, you're excused from this question.
Yep.
So am I.
Yeah.
Because I saw it.
Yeah.
So I don't get cheap.
Yeah. King Croesus of Lydia is often credited with creating the first system of these things. What did he create? It's not architecture. And you are right, Carl Edwards. Yeah. Early examples of these things were made of electrum, an alloy of 2 precious metals. Roman examples of these things included the sestertius and the denarius, while the Greek drachma has a silver example of these things. Due to the price of zinc and copper, some of these things engraved with Abraham Lincoln's head lose the US Mint millions of dollars, because the actual material they're made of is worth more than the denominated coin.
Yeah, that's right. Trimmed off the edge.
Yeah. Name these units of currency, modern examples of which include the nickel and penny. They are coins. Yeah. There you go.
Thank you very much.
That was your quiz for the day. Where's my stop sharing button?
Yeah, some Persian guy who was the first guy to put his face on too. Early ones didn't have
Some
a face.
Persian guy.
Yeah. I don't know.
So why was Timbo excused from that?
Because I saw the answer.
Yeah.
When
you
I
saw
started
the
sharing the screen, I had the yeah. I didn't stop sharing before I started up the quiz, and he saw the answer.
Yep. It was number 10. There was all the clues, and there was the answer at the end. Ah, right. Okay.
Yeah. Oh well.
Hey ho. Didn't help with the other 9.
No.
Tissaphernes. That's why I didn't know who that guy was. I like the name. Just didn't stick.
Oh, I had to fix up my
Whoa.
headset. I couldn't hear anything.
That's not what I meant to post.
I can hear now.
Oh, that always helps.
That's what I meant to post. Yeah.
I missed half the last question. Even though I didn't have a chance of getting any of those ones right. How did everyone else go?
A couple in that one.
I got 1. That's the worst I've ever done. 1.
Yeah, I think I got 1 as well.
I got the honeymoon one because it was like the go-to honeymoon place.
Really?
Yeah.
We went to the Lake District.
Yeah, well, I figured.
Any lakes there?
Yes, there are. Strangely enough, the biggest one is Windermere. Yes, so it's called the Lake District because they didn't name it. They didn't name it ironically.
No, they're all quite close together, and yeah, they're all, well, not all big.
So what can you do on the lakes? So what can you do on the lakes?
Camp.
It's the Lake District has lots of uppiness and downiness. It's quite a mountainous region, so it's sightseeing and walking, and it's
So-
it's a very picturesque part of Britain, to be honest.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, there's some lakes you can't actually go on because it's protected for various reasons, for wildlife and things like that. And some of them you can more or less do what you want with for good reason.
Windermere is the biggest. To the west of that is Coniston, and I think that's
Coniston.
where Matey Boy was trying to break the
That's right.
the world water speed record.
Yeah, because it's very long, isn't it? So
It's long.
fairly
It's long and
narrow.
fairly straight. What was his bloody name? Donald Campbell. That
Campbell.
was it.
That's right.
The one who died doing it in Bluebird. I think that was Coniston.
And I think was it Ambleside where they supposed to have invented gingerbread? Is it Ambleside? I can't think. Was that it was somewhere else? One of those towns in Lake District, though, isn't it?
I can't. But we used to holiday up there quite a lot. But
so
in
do
the
I.
end, it was the drive up the M6 that killed it for us. But that's where England's highest peak is, Scafell Pike. That's the Lake District. Ranty's photo with Blackpool Town, all the mountains in the background. That mountain range, all those hills, mountains. That's the Lake District.
Okay.
It's a very nice part of the country. It's very picturesque, and if you like walking in the countryside and going up and down hills and mountains, it's just the place for you. And they're not that tall, because we don't do mountains like the rest of the world do, unfortunately.
Well, your mountains are taller than our mountains.
I suppose so, yeah. But
well, I don't know. Taller. I have to check the actual taller. But
that's where Riley in the Lake District took his images across the sea to the Isle of Man, right?
Yes.
And he pretended he was at 32 feet high when he was really at about 140 feet.
Yeah, because that whole coastline there starts at Bower in Furness, goes up past Sellafield where the nuclear power station is. We holidayed near there as well. But yeah, if you look west, you'll see the Isle of Man, and then beyond that is Northern Ireland.
Yep.
And you're right up near the border with Scotland.
Northern Ireland, where's that then? Never heard of it.
No. Look outside.
South Britain, somewhere.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because I think if I remember rightly, the Lake District is there because of glaciation and the retreat of the glaciers. That's why you've got all those valleys and lakes and things.
So Ben Nevis is the tallest mountain in UK at 1.3 k.
Yep, up in Scotland. Yeah.
Yeah. And
yeah, I've done that one.
In Australia, it's Mawson's Peak, which is 2.7. But that's cheating because it's in Antarctica.
Ah. Yeah, Ben Nevis is the tallest. I think it's Snowdon in Wales after that. Then it's Scafell. And I can't remember what the tallest one in Northern Ireland is. We never went over there to do it.
Okay.
Probably one of the Mourne Mountains, I think. Probably Mourne Mountain itself, I think, the main one.
I think Snowdon's higher than Scafell. I'm sure it is. But of course, Snowdon in Wales, you can cheat because there's a railway line that goes up it and there's a station at the top and a cafe. So you can do it the good old-fashioned way, or you can just go up the mountain in a train.
But of course, none of those heights are anywhere near the height of stupidity of Riley's claims.
This is true, yeah.
So true, yeah.
Claiming you can identify a tuft of trees from the coastline over on the Isle of Man.
Yeah, no, just no.
He even claimed that he could identify the local golf club on the end of the island that you couldn't even see.
Yeah, that's quite an achievement. Yeah.
Yeah. And remember the smokestacks? Oh, the smokestacks.
Oh, those smokestacks. Yeah, I remember.
Did he pay for those?
Oh dear. Well, hashtag you got to lie to Flurf. Flurf, you've also got to
You
be
do, you
incredibly
do.
stupid to Flurf.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a bunch of videos here. Got a few Antons.
Like,
I don't know which one yet.
I like that guy that MC Toon debated. He was flat smacking, and he frequents one of these Facebook groups, and he came on to debate MC Toon. And one of his claims was that gravity is dependent upon curvature. Oh, really?
Yeah.
What?
Apparently, you see that one? Yeah, that was his claim.
Yeah.
Gravity is dependent upon curvature.
Oh my word!
Yeah, that's a new one on me.
Yeah, same here.
No, it doesn't.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Because wasn't something along the lines that if you didn't know R, you couldn't work out gravity or something?
Yeah, that as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was apparently so. Apparently, somehow, and the only reason why I thought perhaps they got mixed up with R, because the distance is R2, is the difference between the object is R squared, isn't it? That's the thing for that, and I think that's where they got that from. They probably thought that stood for radius. That's my theory, anyway.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
See what I mean? Could be. They saw that. I thought, oh, that's radius.
Yeah, because of course R gets used in so many different applications.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean the same thing.
No.
And in the Pirates of the Caribbean, too.
Arr. That's right.
What, do you mean like the Camargue? Where's that? France, I think.
Just an interesting fact. You often hear flurfs talk about the rotation of the Earth causing gravity, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I've heard that.
And we all dismiss it as saying, that's stupid, blah 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 blah. It's not the rotation of the Earth that causes gravity, blah 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 blah. But in general relativity, the rotation of objects actually does contribute to the warping of space-time. Very small amount. So it is a part of it, but not a significant part.
No.
You ready for some videos?
We are.
Yep.
Go on then.
Yep.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
Could you ask Terry something?
Yeah. Once it comes up, but there it is now. Yeah, Terry. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Terry. Can you press play, please?
Yeah.
I'm going to do what I've been
I was
Paul's
busy.
telling me to do it. So
He was busy
You
typing out.
caught me in the middle of something. I wasn't ready.
Paul ordered me, though. Paul ordered me to say it. I'm following orders. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. Now?
Yeah, press play, please, Terry.
Now? Like now? Now?
Yeah, now.
No,
now?
then.
Now?
No, back then. You've
Then.
gone past it now.
But
Then,
that's,
yeah.
but that's too late.
A lot of questions about people ask me
I
things
don't like this guy.
that were like, they asked me, ask me things. Oh, I don't want that connected. Hold on. There we go. Sorry about that. There you go. You guys should be able to hear me.
You'll go wrong.
1 second. So frustrating. Okay. Hopefully
Yeah,
that works.
you
now.
are very frustrating.
Okay. Hopefully that works now. This thing is such a piece of shit.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
I think he was having a bit of trouble with his device.
Yeah, no shit.
Well, flirts can't tech, can they? We all know that.
No, they can't.
Is he a floof?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
I think
Well,
so,
no,
yeah.
no, he's not a flurf. He's just an idiot.
Yeah.
What are you squeaking at? What fed again for?
I hope you're talking to your cat. not your wife. What are you squeaking at? Yeah.
Yeah. Do I have to do this all by myself?
Well, yeah, I'll do it. Go and push that little triangle thing. Not the one with the bar, the other one.
No, yeah, but I've got it set this way, so I just press the any key.
Oh, well, hit the big wide key on the bottom of your keyboard.
Do start press any key.
Yeah.
Alright guys, I got another one for you. Flat Earth, the Flat Earth theory.
Just a joke.
So, in the Bible it says that the earth is flat and that there's a dome above us called the firmament.
Well, frankly, sir, I don't give a damn.
So we're basically trapped on this flat earth with the dome above us, kind of like a snow globe.
That's great.
But the education system has made us believe
Failed
that
you.
we're on a
Education
sphere,
system failed you.
spinning thousands of miles in the middle of nowhere, right?
Apocalypse now.
But the theory is that we're on a flat earth and there's still land outside this dome that we cannot exit.
Which it doesn't say about in the Bible.
Good.
But, yeah.
Yeah, got any evidence of that? No.
And then that's why they call it extraterrestrial land or extraterrestrial beings, because they're from the outside land.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie.
So,
guts in or out?
When you really think about it, I used to be like, oh my god, these flat earthers are dumb, they're stupid, like that's just dumb.
Yep.
He's absolutely right.
But when you really think about it, like, come on. The earth is spinning thousands of miles a minute and we don't feel absolutely nothing. Nothing.
Is it?
Is it?
An hour.
Coming in.
It's funny. You're a funny guy. I never heard that before.
Like, water is super sensitive to motion. If you place a cup of water on a table, it doesn't even move at all.
Hail science!
So this is how flat Earth works. Flat Earth, the sun and the moon are the only ones revolving, right? They're the only ones revolving around us.
Bullshit.
At the edge of the Earth, or the flat Earth,
What about the stars?
is Antarctica. The whole thing is
Don't mention them. That's awkward.
Bullshit.
And that's where the dome is. And that's why we're not allowed. Planes are not allowed to fly over Antarctica because of that reason.
Yeah, we're not allowed to fly over Antarctica.
What? And we are not allowed to fly.
Even though
over
they
Antarctica
do it
for
quite
that
often.
reason, because we're gonna
They
find
say
the
flat
dome, right?
Earth,
We're
but
gonna
say
hit the
fly
dome.
over Antarctica.
Bullshit. There's even videos, you can find videos of rockets shooting up to the air and then they stop.
Do they? Well,
He doesn't
straight
get
up.
out much. No, they don't.
And then there's also videos
I've never seen a
of
video
rockets
of a
they're
rocket
shooting up in
going
the
flying
air.
straight up.
No,
And they
me
start going
neither.
like
And I've
this.
seen a lot of rocket launches.
They start hitting the firmament.
Does he not
A lot.
know?
He does not know.
He knows not?
Knows
He
not,
knows
does
not.
he?
Not he knows. Enough.
So nobody has actually seen it or actually experienced it, but it's there.
Oh right, yeah. Nobody's seen it or experienced it, but it's there anyway.
They're hiding it from us. We've never been to the moon. We've never been to outer space. We've
Ash
never
is a
left
goddamn
Earth.
robot.
It's all a conspiracy.
My life has been a lie! God is dead! The government's lame! Thanksgiving is about killing Indians! Jesus wasn't born on Christmas! They moved the date! It was a pagan...
I don't know how many videos I've seen of rockets going up and they don't go straight.
No.
Well, not strictly true. I mean, there are sounding rockets that can do that, or amateur rockets that do that. But yeah, not very often.
You've
So
seen
not-
that one
not
where they
strictly true.
filmed it from a high altitude passenger plane or something? They filmed it launching and curving over as it went
There
up.
was a shuttle launch that was filmed like that. And then, of course, there was a resupply mission to the ISS, and they filmed it from the ISS.
Yeah, lifting off and stuff. Yeah. And the one from the plane is quite spectacular because it was fogged in, but then when it lifted out from the top of the fog, it's just sort of like see this thing rising from the fog before you actually see the the exhaust and stuff like that. Yeah, it's quite spectacular. Really good shot. But yeah, he got a lot of things there wrong, didn't he? Well, no, actually, not a lot of things. Everything.
Almost even his own religion he got wrong. That's the bit that really irritates
I know.
me.
I heard you saying.
Yeah, that's quite good. The Bible says no, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
And
It doesn't say anywhere the Earth is flat. It does refer to, if you want to expound it into a very weird way, to say that the Earth is flat.
The whole thing about the firmament is they were referring to the sky.
Yes.
Yeah.
It does refer to the firmament. That is firmament, but that is true.
Yep.
But yeah.
Well,
but it also talks about, and a lot of them don't like to actually read it. It actually talks that the firmament separates the waters from above from the waters from below. Well, if that's the case, how could you have land beyond the firmament?
Yeah.
And also, isn't there in one version of the Bible as well? Isn't it saying the firmament refers to the heavens? The heavens or the sky.
Yes,
that's what it's actually referring to. It's not referring to some sort of solid bloody dome. It's referring to the damn sky.
Yeah, they don't realise.
And as I like to point out,
that's why they don't realise back in the day they had different wordings for things that once they got translated, not until we know what they are now, that's what they're picking on, the wordings that they used back in the day.
And the frustrating thing is it's only like 1% of Christians that into Bible literacism, and they pull out this stuff, and it's sort of like you're claiming to be a Christian, and Jesus doesn't use these words at all. It's all Judeo Old Testament stuff. So, I don't know.
Anyway, Terry.
Do
you want to unmute and then press play?
How'd you know that? You spying on me?
Oh,
no,
I've seen you do it once or twice.
Terry, I don't want you to do that. I want you to push play and then press unmute.
Well, that'd be much point then, really, was there? We got nothing to laugh at then. Can't hear it.
Now?
This one's fun.
Yeah, now, please do.
Now or now?
Now.
Then.
Yeah, but then I would have already pressed it.
Well, you should have done.
What?
Just press the bloody button.
Can you wait to 12:44 and then do it?
You have to argue, really. Just press the play button. Pangea debunked. Okay.
Yeah, it's not though.
No. Of course, I believed in Pangea.
Face fun.
Back in the day, when I was indoctrinated, I should say. But as you get older and as you research and you it's just basic critical thinking. You have to understand that Pangea is BS.
I'm something of a scientist myself.
If you remove all of the water that's on the globe, are you saying that the land masses are not connected?
I don't believe you, Sean.
Huh?
Pangea is something that was made up. What they're doing is they're hiding land. I keep saying that.
Where?
Do you understand?
Where? Yeah, exactly.
So it's easy for them to say, "Oh, Pangea is you can believe in Pangea." Yeah, of course, because you're not thinking in your mind about any other landmass that's on this so-called Earth.
No, I'm not thinking in my mind about any other landmass.
To me, this isn't playtime. This is serious business.
Are you saying that the land masses are not connected? And if they are connected, how can they be moving apart from each other?
I don't know what you're trying to say.
And if they are not connected, that means we will have earthquakes and tsunamis almost every other day, if not every day.
Well, they do.
Fuck
Yeah.
They do anyway, but
Yeah.
You're telling me that we wouldn't have more earthquakes
think there's
on a
an earth
globe
tremor or an earthquake.
that's spinning 1,000 miles an hour going around when the tectonic plates land that's up under the sea is not connected.
Oh my God. Oh.
Again, this is critical thinking. This is us really understanding that what we've been told and taught in school was a lie.
You're just absolutely right.
When the heliocentric model came out, let's just say around 500 years ago, with Copernicus and Galileo and all these figures that probably never even existed.
Oh my God.
And if you're saying that Galileo and Plato's and all these people that dealt with or came up with the globe Earth with really no science.
That was ambiguously worded.
Was that ambiguous?
They came up with the with the so-called thesis of it. Where is their lineage at?
A good question for another time.
Okay, well maybe these people are part of a secret society.
Oh no.
Interesting. Go on.
And we already know that secret societies basically are controlled organizations. Well, organizations that try to control the masses.
Secret, we wouldn't know about it, would we?
Stand a little proud.
Does anybody feel controlled here? Anybody? Anybody in the chat feel controlled?
It's much too difficult for them.
I don't feel very controlled.
Yeah, Pangea is bogus. You know.
I am so glad we had this chance to dialogue.
Robocop
Terry?
2.
Oh, Robocop 2, that one.
Terry?
Yeah.
Terry?
Mm.
After watching that, I made a little click. Do you mind if I play it, if I share my screen?
I couldn't place that one with Leslie Nielsen. I'm not sure what film that was.
Yeah, that was an older one, that one.
Mm.
That's before all the airplane movies.
Massive face palm. Go on then.
Go on.
Go on, press play.
Yep.
Yeah. Very big face palm. I'll have to nick that. Can you
Massive
post that in
face palm.
Facebook or something?
It's in. Yeah, it is. It is already.
It's already there, is it? Cool.
Yeah, if you want to borrow it, you've got to pay royalties to Timber.
no, that's from Kung Fu Hustle. So
Yeah, I'll have to nick that, I think. Use that sometime.
That's the biggest face palm you could get.
Yeah, don't get much bigger.
Yeah, that's nice to see a bit of Time Bandits at the end of that one. That's one of my favourite
yeah,
films.
that's good. I like Pen Bandits.
Yeah. Because he died recently, didn't he? Was it David Warner who played Evil? He died a few months back. He was in Cross of Iron. Yeah, he was in Cross of Iron. Shut up, Benting. I was speaking rhetorically. Is the best, probably the best bit of that film is Evil.
Yeah. Although I thought when I first watched it, I thought Sean Connery was great, but then no, haven't seen him so often since.
Oh, he was. What was he? Agamemnon, I think he was, wasn't he?
Yeah.
John Cleese as Robin Hood was quite good.
Oh yeah. That's good.
So you could you could pay my latest video. You know, I mean, it's only 7.5 hours. It's all right.
Yeah, okay, I'll play that.
Yeah,
press play.
only.
Actually, I know. Joking aside, though, you could always play because I've actually time-stamped it and put chapters on it, so you could always watch the parachute opening and landing if you got splashdown.
If you've got it somewhere there, I can grab it.
Yeah, I'll give you the post. But put it at the end if you've got time. But don't worry about it. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say we could play the whole thing at half speed.
15 hours.
Well, it's high time I started decorating that other room. So yeah, go for it. Whatever.
Well, I've got a bunch of Antons. So we've got.
I've got a lovely bunch of
Of
Antons.
Antons.
A remnant star map of Milky Way shows our galaxy may be evaporating.
There you go, and fair suck.
Updates and updates and discoveries from Jupiter's moon Europa. Will we find life here?
Oh yeah,
Ooh,
that sounds interesting.
Yeah, it does sound good.
Weird radio bursts that repeated 2,000 times may have an explanation.
Yeah,
Or
somebody's radio.
NASA asteroid mission results shocked everyone at NASA. Currently no explanation.
So NASA, what was that title again?
The
NASA asteroid missions results shocked everyone. As
yeah, the
NASA,
DART
currently
one.
no explanation. Yeah. Well, that might be interesting.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's either
do that
which one was it? The
Not
galaxy
wasn't that
might
one.
be evaporating. That one.
Was it that one
Was it
you
that
said,
one?
Farmers? I can't
No,
reckon it was, was it?
Europa. The
Europa
one about
one.
Europa.
That's it.
Europa,
yeah.
Europa.
Europa's interesting.
Europa.
Updates.
Can't wait for Europa Clipper.
Yeah. Okay.
She doesn't like being tied up, Farmers.
Europa. Oh!
It's a good job you're on the other side of the bloody world. Oh, it's awful.
Press play, Terry.
What? I don't feel controlled.
No. You should bloody told.
Are you controlled? Just do as you're told.
I got this urge to press play for some reason.
Have you? Go on, don't resist the urge. Go on, just do it.
Look at my eyes. Look at my eyes.
Anton, and today we're going to be discussing this beautiful object behind me, the Jupiter's moon Europa. One of the more intriguing moons out there, and one of the primary targets for the upcoming missions that are going to be starting in the next few years. But the actual research for these missions officially is going to be starting now, and that's because of one reason. A few days ago, the iconic Juno mission that's orbiting Jupiter has officially completed the closest flyby of Europa in the last couple of decades, in the process allowing the mission to take incredible pictures of this object, some of which we're going to be exploring in this video, and other ones that you can find in the link in the description below. And so in this video I actually wanted to talk a little bit more about Europa, why it's such a mysterious and such an unusual moon, but more importantly, focus on the few things that we know about Europa already. And actually one of the main reasons this is such an exciting object is because this is one of two upcoming missions in the next few years that is going to be officially looking for life outside of planet Earth. The upcoming Clipper mission that's going to be launched by ESA in 2024, so just a couple of years from now, is going to be orbiting around Europa with the main purpose being catching signs of potential life, and specifically doing a few flybys of the regions where we suspect Europa might have water plumes coming out from the surface, and then during those flybys, the mission is going to attempt to catch some of those emissions and then analyze them on board, hopefully finding life. With the other mission that's going to be doing something similar, in other words looking for life outside of planet Earth, being the upcoming mission to Titan that we're going to be discussing in another video relatively soon. So I guess subscribe if you'd like to learn more. But in order to prepare for the Clipper mission and in order to prepare for even future missions that might land on Europa, the scientists need to understand what's happening on the surface and need to actually map the surface of Europa a little bit better. And since the Juno mission officially ended its primary mission back in 2021, the scientists have now focused on diverting the mission for other purposes, including the investigation of the moons of Jupiter. It actually investigated Ganymede last year, and it's going to be looking at Io next year, and this year the main focus is Europa, the most exciting moon of Jupiter with some of the more mysterious features on the surface. And so just a few days ago, it completed the closest flyby, flying approximately 300 kilometers above the surface, taking some incredible shots, one of which you can see right here, and sending a lot of other data that's actually still being processed even now, making this the closest approach and the closest look at Europa in the last 20 years, since the Galileo mission that flew by back in the year 2000. Although in this case the flyby was pretty quick, so it only had a few hours to take all of these shots. The probe was actually moving approximately 23.6 kilometers per second, and so all of the shots had to be done really quickly. The entire flyby only took approximately 2 hours. And one of the first things the scientists want to do with all of this new data is to actually compare the previous images from the Galileo mission with the new images taken by the Juno just now. For example, on the left here you can see the images from 1997 showcasing quite a diverse geology on the surface of Europa. The picture on the right was taken by Juno on September 29th and does present us with a slightly different view, but that's because the image has not really been processed just yet. But the thing that the scientists have learned about Europa is that it seems to have a kind of a geological activity happening on the surface. As a matter of fact, it seems to be the only other object, except for planet Earth, that has something equivalent to, I guess, plate tectonics or continental drift. Except that instead of obviously all of this being rock and water, on Europa the continents seem to be made out of ice, which essentially make the Europa's crust. And all of the crust here is relatively young, it's less than 200 million years old. Which is actually why we don't really find a lot of craters on the surface, when only the bigger ones still visible and still discernible, but even the bigger craters are slowly disappearing and are going to be gone in the next few millions of years. And so this unusual ice shell that's approximately 20 to maybe 30 kilometers in thickness is sort of equivalent to the crust on planet Earth. That's actually about the same thickness as well, but obviously is made out of entirely different material. But underneath all of this, unlike Earth, where we have mantle, with all of the hot magma on the inside, Europa most likely possesses some kind of a subsurface ocean, very likely made out of water mixed with something else, with the ocean being anywhere from 60 to maybe 200 kilometers in depth,
That's their
with the
educated
total
guess
amount
at
of
the
water
moment,
here
isn't it?
being much larger than on planet Earth. And it's actually in these oceans that today some scientists believe that we might be able to find some kind of ancient life. And mostly because in the past, some of the previous
But if it's not
investigations
that old,
have already discovered quite a lot of
they'd
interesting
like to
elements,
develop that
including the
time
elements
frame.
usually required for life to form, either hidden on the surface or coming from some of these ice geysers. But because all of these detections so far have been kind of preliminary and potentially not very accurate, almost 10 years ago the scientists proposed the Europa's Clipper mission. The mission to maybe finally confirm if there is life here after all, which by itself is already an extremely important mission, because it finally might answer the question of whether life evolved anywhere else except for planet Earth. And naturally, if we don't find life here, and if we also don't find it on Titan, with the mission we're going to be discussing later, that only gives even more credibility to the so-called rare Earth hypothesis. Life might be just super rare. But before we get there, the first step is to actually get all of these new images and compare them to some of the previous images taken by Galileo, while also replacing some of the low resolution coverage with the new images we have now. And one of the first discoveries that's going to be coming out in the next few months is going to be in regards to the geological activity, by comparing relatively high resolution images from Galileo with the ones from Juno taken now. The scientists are hoping to specifically identify how the surface of Europa changed in the last 20 years. And so whatever the scientists discover is going to be pretty intriguing. They might actually discover that the geological surface here is very active and things have changed quite a lot, or they might discover that things do not change as frequently as we think. Either way though, we still don't really know because the studies have not come out yet. Now at the same time during the flyby, Juno also used several other instruments including the microwave radiometer that allows it to see a little bit deeper into the ice itself. And this will allow the scientists to compile data on the thickness of the icy crust and discover the regions where we might find these icy geysers, mapping the regions where water evaporation is more likely, and thus mapping the regions that the Clipper mission is going to be exploring later on. And this will include data on the regions where we believe there might be liquid water present in relatively shallow subsurface pockets. Which actually relates to one of the mysteries of Europa. There are these unusual chaotic structures, such as elliptical lenticulae that you see right here, sometimes referred to as freckles, that sometimes look like domes, sometimes look like pits, or dark spots. The scientists today are not entirely clear how these features are produced, but one of the potential explanations is some kind of an underground water deposit that seems to push these features from below, which suggests that there might be lakes underneath, and lakes that are not too deep either. And so we might actually get the answers about these features in the next few months. On the other hand, the biggest mystery of Europa, and one of the biggest mysteries in the solar system, is really in regards to what you see on the screen. The unusual features that we usually refer to as lineae. Series of various dark streaks that seem to be pretty much all over the surface here. Now other moons of Jupiter have their own features and have their own mysteries, but Europa is unique in having these almost like tiger stripes that for a very long time did not have a very good explanation. But today the scientists believe that these actually represent various edges of Europa's crust, and to some extent are actually kind of similar to various edges we find on Earth, especially the ones we see underneath oceans, in the oceanic ridges. In other words, the formation here might be kind of similar to what you see right here, except obviously instead of the crust and the mantle, we get ice and water. And so one of the mysteries that the scientists are going to be trying to answer here is actually by how much these lineae moved in the last 20 years compared to the images from Galileo. The preliminary images already show us that there is a little bit of a difference, but the exact changes are not certain yet. And because a lot of these stripes are up to 20 kilometers across, and many seem to contain quite a lot of darker material, very likely similar to organic tholins present on Pluto, by discovering the changes in the last 20 years, the scientists might get closer to figuring out exactly what happens on Europa to produce all of this. Although in the past, the scientists have already discovered an unusual pattern that seems to be caused by Jupiter. Now, because Europa is tidally locked and is always basically facing the same way toward Jupiter, a lot of these stress patterns, a lot of these unusual stripes, should generally form a very specific pattern that the scientists should be able to predict. And the thing is, when it comes to the youngest of these fractures, the pattern is indeed as predicted. But the much older fractures appear to be in different locations, and also in the orientation that doesn't seem to follow this pattern. It's not entirely clear why this is so, but one of the explanations suggests that the surface in this case rotates slightly faster than the interior of the moon. And because of this, the ice crust moves slightly differently as well, with the potential rotation difference being approximately 12,000 years. But exactly how all of this works, and why the patterns are different from what the scientists predict, is still a mystery even today. But there are also other mysteries as well. For example, one of the potential propositions for a future mission was a type of a lander that would try to land somewhere along the equator, possibly drill into the ice, maybe even release some kind of a subsurface submarine, and basically would serve as the first rover on the moon of Jupiter. But some of the recent studies determined that we don't really have enough resolution to see if it's even possible to land here. These new images might allow us to see what's happening here, but one of the previous missions using radar established that the entire surface might actually be covered in very unusual features, kind of similar to what we found on Pluto actually, known as penitentes. This is from the desert in Chile, and we know that these exist on other objects in the solar system. They're actually produced when ice, instead of melting, sublimates and leaves behind these relatively large blade-like formations, which would make landing here practically impossible. And that's because unlike Earth, where the gravity is much stronger, on Europa and on Pluto, these objects would be huge, at least 10 meters or 30 feet in height, but probably much larger. And so if you have all of this on the surface, it would make any landing practically impossible. At least in certain regions where the scientists were kind of interested in landing. You can actually learn more about this in one of the older videos somewhere in the description. But despite all of this, the surface of Europa is still extremely intriguing and would actually be one of the most exciting objects that we can maybe one day land on. For example, we know that the surface here is extremely smooth. This is actually the smoothest object in the solar system. There are not a lot of grooves here, there are not a lot of mountains, it's more or less very flat. Which would of course make this a pretty interesting location to visit.
Don't say that.
But maybe not for people.
Don't say that.
Because on top of this, there's also quite a lot of radiation. As a matter of fact, any astronaut spending just one day on Europa would receive more radiation than during an entire mission, a mission that would take several years, to an object like Mars. In more scientific terms, it's approximately 5 severe per day, which is basically a deadly dose. So any crewed mission is most likely out of the question, and that includes any object around Jupiter. But a rover mission or any robotic mission would be really exciting, especially because there's also a bit of a magnetic field that the scientists want to learn more about, and whose presence once again confirms that there seems to be a salty ocean underneath, because it's the only way we think the magnetic field in this case is generated. Now it's not really that strong, it's about 6 times weaker than the one around Ganymede, but it's still a feature the scientists want to understand, and more importantly, the presence of this feature can help us understand if we can use this to potentially study oceans underneath other objects as well. And so, if all goes well, within the next 10 years, we might finally have the answer of whether there is life on Europa, which would then help us answer the question of whether life exists anywhere else except for planet Earth. And in the next few months, we'll hopefully be getting more analysis from various pictures taken by the Juno mission, potentially discovering or revealing more detail about the surface, helping us understand how the geological processes work on this unusual moon, and thus, as a result, teaching us about geology of other objects in the solar system. But until then, well, that's pretty much it. Check out all of the relevant links, including all of the images released by the Juno mission so far, in the description below. Subscribe, maybe share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, come back tomorrow to learn something else, and maybe support this channel on Patreon by joining channel membership or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Wonderful person.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All
Well,
these worlds are yours.
if they can throw a satellite at a little asteroid, why can't they just send something there and see what's on the surface?
Well, in about this time in 2 years, I mean, it's not landing, but you got Europa Clipper is an orbiter that's going to be orbiting Jupiter in a kind of a large elliptical orbit, and it's going to take numerous very close flybys to Europa. And it's got all kinds of instruments on it, so they think they're going to reveal quite a lot more about Europa with that probe alone, I hope.
Just don't let the Chinese get there first, because they'll die.
Yeah, if they go, we won't know.
This was written about Arthur C. Clarke when he wrote his sequel to 2001 called 2010 Odyssey 2. Europa played a major part in it because there was life there. The Chinese they were going back to the Discovery spacecraft, and the Chinese had built what everybody thought was a space station in orbit. Turns out to be a spacecraft, and they went to Europa, and the plan was that they'd land on Europa and use the water there to refuel their spacecraft. Unfortunately, when they landed, they upset the indigenous life forms who attacked and killed them.
That would be bad.
And the aliens who had the monoliths, in the end, they end up converting Jupiter into a small sun. And David Bowman, who by that point is an energy life form, an alien, sends out the message: all these worlds are yours except Europa. Attempt no landing there. So the aliens are protecting the life forms that are living on Europa from us.
For anybody that's just joined, he's talking about a fiction, by the way, just in case anybody.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we don't want to get it confused.
Yeah, that was 2010, and I think there was another sequel. There was 2061. It's a long time since I've read that one. Because 2010 was a film. It had Helen Mirren in it.
It did.
And Matey Boy out of Jaws. What his bloody name is.
Oh, this is a good one from Dan. You'll like this one.
Oh yes.
Yeah. So do you want to press play, Terry?
Do I want
to? Unless you're feeling controlled. I mean, just if you within your realms of free will, you feel obliged to.
He doesn't have free will.
I'll do it under protest.
Okay, go on then. Protest all you like.
Earth TikToker by the name of Mushella tried to call me out regarding footage from the ISS. She assumed that I had ignored it because I couldn't explain it. So we did a full explanation video addressing her concerns. Not content with that, she then sent me a new bunch of clips for me to try and explain away. So let's give it our best shot. Hello, welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Right, back to today's video where, as I said at the start, it's from Flat Earth TikToker Mushella. She has once again put together a series of clips which she thinks debunk space and space travel. So, let's have a look, shall we?
There we go. Off the ground, floor. Off the ground, floor.
Okay, so we can simulate an astronaut jumping on the moon here on Earth using wires. So what? But does that itself prove that the moon landing was fake? I can simulate someone playing a particular game of tennis, probably point for point and shot for shot. Does that mean the tennis match in question didn't happen? No, it doesn't.
Well, just because it goes light and dark.
Yeah, it's just auto thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just the auto exposure.
Yeah, that's right. That's the word I was looking for.
Or the camera is set on auto exposure, and when the camera pans from a darkened area to a lighter one, it automatically dims the exposure.
Where would you like them to go?
Yeah.
Over the heavily populated areas? Would that be a good idea?
They want them to go straight up and then straight back down.
Yeah.
Yes, well, that is exactly what you'd expect if said rocket is trying to achieve an orbit around a ball-shaped planet. Sort of proves the globe, that one, doesn't it? It almost seems like a win already. So this is a great point to have a brief pause to talk about the sponsors of today's video, Tiege Hanley. They have helped me start and maintain a skincare routine by making the entire process uncomplicated. Honestly, it's the best skincare system for guys like Amazing Gil. Click the link and get started today. Okay, let's get back to the video. No, but it does need to level out to reach orbit.
Our survey said
there is no
Apart from this
Nobody's
fabulous
claiming
video,
anything.
of course, which shows a rocket taking off from Earth as seen from the ISS and then curving to reach orbit. Take a look. Really is astonishing, that one.
A mistake, they put a camera on it. What?
What was that? I missed that.
What?
The rocket goes what?
Horizontal?
No, it doesn't go horizontal. Well,
no, that's what they're saying.
Yeah, no, not quite. Almost. But if it didn't,
This again does not prove anything.
No.
How do we even know that you've shown the clips in the correct order here?
The coffee continues to climb up that acute angle and until the whole bag is drained. And
what's the problem with that?
The artifacts.
Oh yeah.
What's outside the bag?
There's a few
God,
videos of the artifacts and.
So, what is
I've
more
not seen
likely
this video, I
here?
haven't.
That a full team of CGI experts whose job it is to make this look fake released this video without seeing a glaring error like that, or a compression artifact on the video feed. Occam's razor, anyone? Yeah, I mean, why would anyone check it if they're trying so hard to cover it up?
Soms little better.
And this one, we already debunked this one because we went through it and we found the screws actually stays attached to the panel. It doesn't even fall.
That's it.
I actually agree that on first glance here, this one looks bad. But nothing actually falls. Take a closer look, slow it down, and you will see that nothing falls.
This automatically looks down because that's what it's used to.
And the camera actually pans to the spot behind the toilet where this supposed screw is supposed to be, and there's nothing there. As usual, the flurfs don't play all of the footage. This was actually the sound of a latch opening below. No screws required.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this old one.
Yep.
Where'd the fluffy toy come from?
Well, exactly. It's effects, isn't it? I was like, it's so obvious. Like, what? It's a video.
In something that was done specifically for kids. Little kids at that.
Yeah. I mean, without it floating in the air, I mean, I could probably do something like that. You know, make something appear on a desk. It wouldn't be that difficult.
Actually, that was supposed to happen. This was a segment for children's TV. It was supposed to magically appear. She handled it well because, for her perspective, it was there the whole time. And as I said, it was something for children's TV. No tricks, just a cool thing for them to watch.
Yeah, it's just masking and then unmasking it in video with the special effect. That's it. That's all.
Trying to remember what this one is now. Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Video.
Compression again.
Yeah.
That one's been debunked a million times.
Pretty sure the wall glitches too, which isn't moving initially. And besides, it's nothing more than a pesky compression artifact. A big one, yes, but one all the same.
What's the time?
It's 1:18 a.m.
It's 1:18 a.m. Terry.
Oh, it's not?
Yes, because your iPhone camera's just recording in 4K. It's not transmitting a signal anywhere, is it? And actually, it does happen on your iPhone if you're FaceTiming someone and you've got a poor signal.
Yep.
No, clear evidence of compression artifacts.
What are you doing?
Yeah, but it doesn't explain anything when he let him go, did it? He's still floating. What's that proof?
Yeah, they cherry pick these videos just to get
So
what
all
they
those
want.
astronauts are in harnesses, moving around freely? Sure, Mushella, sure.
And there's never any sign of any harnesses anywhere at all, ever. But there's harnesses.
Yes, he's trying to latch his feet back onto some handles on the floor in a weightless environment. That is all.
Oh yeah, classic. It looks fake, therefore it is.
What's the problem here? Different cameras were used, and the photos were taken in completely different places. Dear, oh dear. And this time the old JPEG artifact. Nothing strange about that at all. Well, Mushella, if that is the best you have to offer, I am very disappointed.
Yeah.
Do you have any more? We'll leave that one with her, and for now we are all done and dusted for another Flat Earth Friday. Thank you so much for joining me. It truly is appreciated. If you enjoyed today's video, please do consider subscribing to the channel. Really want to get to 500,000 as soon as we possibly can. And if you really enjoyed it, hit the like button too and consider sharing. Just enough time to once again thank Tej Hanley for sponsoring today's video. Remember, click the link in the description to get 30% off your first box and you get a free gift. Do not miss out on this amazing deal. Click the link and get started today. I've been Sliman Dan. Have yourselves a fantastic weekend and I'll see you all on Tuesday for the return of Santos. See you then.
Yay. Santos.
Timbo doesn't know who Santos is, do you, Timbo?
Yeah, I've unfortunately seen Santos.
There's worse ones. You should look at some of the pre-ISS footage, like the shuttle. Some horrendous screw-ups on that one.
All right.
Oh, it's our old friend PJC Net.
Oh.
Yes, they're horrendous screw-ups. Like when they say, "Oh, look, you can see somebody in your studio," and it's a reflection of the astronaut in the crew cabin.
Oh yeah.
As they're looking out into the cargo bay of the shuttle, people go, "Oh, no, there's somebody in the studio." No, it's his reflection, mate. On the window.
Leo has done that as well. He's like, you see the floating head out in space. No, it's just a reflection out the bloody window, you moron.
Yeah. Because
so
obviously
obvious.
they've got the lights on inside to see what they're doing, and it's reflecting them in the windows. Yeah.
I mean, like, you know, I'm not being funny, but my son and my daughter could look at that and go, yeah, it's a reflection in the window. But grown-ass adults can't figure that one out.
There are actually no NASA screw-ups.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about
that.
No. Not those kind of screw-ups, but yeah.
Not those kind of screw-ups, no. Where they go, "Oh, look, he's clearly on a wire."
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
wire? Where? You're just pretending that he's on a wire.
And
he dropped that screw. No, he didn't, because it's attached to the bloody panel. He immediately went down because he went click, and he knew he had to go down and release those ones as well. And they're held on retaining wires, so you don't lose something in zero G. Like, oh, bugger, where's the screw gone? You know.
Yeah.
Like they don't think of that.
No.
Well, I get frustrated as you look at the images from of the ISS from the guys coming back in the rocket, where it was today, earlier, yesterday, whatever it was.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the detail in that, if that's CGI, and then they say, "Oh, you've got this compression, and that must be CGI." It's sort of like, if they're supposedly able to do this shot in CGI, they're not going to be making those amateur errors in the other ones.
It's them just playing let's pretend. Let's pretend you're on wires, and it's CGI, and it's green screen, and they're models, and it's this and it's that and the other, because they don't like reality.
I mean, here's what gets me as well. Why would NASA, right, first of all, if they're going to cover up the greatest conspiracy of the 21st or 20th and 21st century, i.e. hiding the shape of the Earth and space, and then release the videos that have got all these artifacts in it, exposing them, why would they do that? Do they like, you keep claiming that NASA have got all this really clever technology to do all this, but fuck me, it can't be that clever. It gets bloody so many mistakes in it. Get there. That makes no sense. It doesn't add up just with that alone. You know, that's what gets me.
And is released.
And is released. Yeah, they released it to the public.
Wait, hang on. You're expecting Flat Earth to make sense?
I know. None of it makes sense.
No, of course it doesn't. It's welcome to Flat Earth. Nothing makes sense.
No, I mean, what I'm talking about alone just doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. Yeah. It's like, you know, and then you get these people like Adam and Leo, whatever you want to call them, and others think they're the ones that have exposed their lies. Absolute gibberish. There's nothing to expose. There's nothing there. You know, it's just that you think you're exposing the lies, but there isn't any. You can't prove that they're lies. You know.
Yeah.
You know,
it's all negative. That's the frustrating thing.
But you know,
that's going to be the common narrative you'll hear amongst flat earthers, because I hear it already amongst a few of them.
But people like, you know, people do follow people like Adam and listen to him.
Oh yeah, I know.
Think he's awesome and he's great and he's, you know, exposing the lies and stuff. It's just, come on.
That's what I've heard a few flat earthers, and you're going to hear it more often, where they're no longer going to be saying, "Oh, we're trying to prove the Earth is flat. We're just trying to disprove it's a globe."
Yeah.
And it's sort of like, why?
Well, that's why there's so many of them now, and they've been doing this for a while. They think they're not making a claim by saying, when you ask them, "Oh, what's the shape of the Earth?" "Oh, I don't know." What do you mean you don't know?
It's not a globe.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's what they're saying. It's not a globe.
Oh, they don't say I don't. They don't say I don't know. They say we don't know every single time.
Oh no,
we don't.
No, Bev yesterday said I don't know.
We don't know, like, you know, including
we
me.
As in
you know.
we, or we as in
the royal we. Yeah, all of us apparently. None of us know what the shape of the Earth is apparently. Yeah.
Oh,
and you listen to it. It's the rest of the world who are globies, and we're all conspiring against the flat earthers. We have when you listen to them, it's like, oh, we have all these meetings and we decide how we're going to do this and this. What?
I know.
The
Like
only
that's how
thing,
they talk, as though yeah.
the only thing you can do is play along with that and just talk about, oh yeah, I haven't had my NASA shield check yet, or I've got an Illuminati meeting next week, or that's the only thing you could just play along with it and just make a joke of it, because it's just it's just ridiculous. I mean, I'm broke. I really could do with a NASA check right now, and I wish they hurry up and start paying me because I haven't had anything yet.
Yeah.
That's why I'm on benefits.
No, but it's this plan to deceive them. It's sort of like, but why?
Yeah.
I didn't get it. And then a few of them will say, "No, I'm not a religious. I'm not into it for religious." It says that's where the whole idea of being deceived comes from. We're deceiving you because we're trying to promote Satan or whatever.
Does Brian Mabbitt still bang on about us all being NASA shills? Does he?
Oh yeah,
of course.
He's still banging on about that. Yeah.
Well, you don't expect him to change his script, do you?
No, I suppose not. But he did kind of change his mind one day, because we're having a discussion about it, and he said, "Okay, well, maybe not all of you are NASA shills." But then he changes his mind the next day, and you're all NASA shills. They're all being paid. Okay. Hurry up and get my check then, please. Thank you very much. I could do with it.
You just have to remind yourself of the caliber of the persons that you're talking about. Reminding yourself that the latest flat Earth explanation for the sun setting is it goes away.
Well, yeah,
that's it.
Right.
Goes away.
It goes away.
Goes away. Perspective.
Yeah, you can't. It disappears from the bottom upwards because of perspective.
Oh no! Last
Okay.
night there was an atmospheric layer near the surface, which
really?
is
Is
why
that the-
boats disappear from the bottom up first. Yeah,
Atmospheric layer on the surface.
I can't remember exactly what he said, but it was along those lines, because I think by that point my brain was saying enough.
And what does this magic atmospheric layer do then? Make things disappear from the bottom upwards?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
It just does that. It's programmed to do that, is it?
Oh well, he offered no explanation into the mechanics of it. That was just his broad brush reasoning.
And it's this very thin line, because the rest of it is not distorted. Just this very thin line where the horizon is.
Yeah. And so he basically fought as hard as he could to say he's a flat earther without actually saying he's a flat earther.
Yeah.
And there was also that the Earth is stationary, but he didn't actually say that. But that's what he was basically saying, and he was conflating plumb bobs with pendulums.
I nearly wet my pants when Ryan said, "Do you want to be called Paul or Bev?"
My name is Bev. Try thinking. Is it Paul? Yeah. That Ryan, wasn't it? Ryan was the chap. He apparently that's the first time he's ever debated like that in any format, and I thought he did very well.
Yeah.
He certainly had Bev rattled enough times. But then, of course, I'm fairly certain that Bev afterwards went and obviously declared victory, and then they spent a while sort of
they all do
and analysing Ryan's performance on camera, because of course Bev was too chicken to show himself on camera.
Victory for a flat earther is putting two words together.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that's what it seems, given what I've heard them claim.
I'm not watching.
That's part
of this.
I know, Terry. If you go in the description and look at the timestamps.
Yes.
Description, not the chat.
Description, not the chat.
There you go. Show more. There you go.
Yep.
Now you've got the timestamps. See, they're all labelled. So if you go from shoots open, just click on the timestamp itself.
With their re-entry
to it. No, well, you could do.
Down. Yeah.
You don't see
There's not nothing really to see re-entry, because it's just them talking, really, mostly.
They don't show
Film
you.
from a Canberra. Yay!
That's all you see.
It's not Canberra.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not Canberra.
It's filmed from a Canberra, WB-57. It's a bloody Canberra that NASA still use. Shout out to RF Lumen. Going to the camera.
Dragon, SpaceX comm check.
Do we see logo wars in this one?
Do you see what?
Logo wars. You have the SpaceX person and the NASA person. They've got their logos clearly on their laptops.
Yeah.
Continuing to get those views from the WB-57 of Crew Dragon as it continues to make its way closer and closer to splashdown.
Freedom, SpaceX comm check.
At that point, you start to worry a little bit.
Coming through
There you
30
go.
kilometers altitude.
Copy and concur. Expect automated chute deployment.
Freedom copies. We'll be monitoring.
And HEPS is converged. Expect nominal chute deployment altitude.
Freedom copies. Looking for nominal chute deploy.
Well, Jesse, it is absolutely phenomenal to hear from the crew on the other side of that communications blackout period. We are continuing to get these great views from the WB-57 high-altitude aircraft, providing that thermal imagery. We did even see the tail of entry of the vehicle, and it's just absolutely beautiful to see that. So we also heard we did hear a call up to the crew that they are expecting the automated drogue deployment. So we're just standing by for confirmation that Dragon's chutes have deployed.
Again, there will be a set.
Freedom SpaceX, brace for drogue window.
This reminds me of some of the early video games trying to get the dot into the middle.
Oh, yeah.
Core here communicating with the crew, giving them a heads up that they should feel the drogue chutes deploying here shortly, followed by the main chutes just about a minute later. The drogue chutes do help to slow the vehicle down to about 350 miles per hour, whereas the main chutes will deploy, after the main chutes deploy, it will slow the vehicle down even more, and by the time that the vehicle splashes down, should be around 16 miles
Well,
per
who
hour.
would have thunk it? You never thought the chutes would have slowed them down, would you?
No.
No.
They're just there to make it look pretty.
Yeah.
So when does the CGI stop and real images take over?
Shut up.
And there's those drogue chutes, and you can hear the crowd here very
With the
excited
drogues,
to
yeah.
see them deploy.
I'm sure the astronauts are too.
Yeah.
Yeah, watching it live, you kind of feel nervous for them
Drogue
at
chute
that,
descent
before that
rate
point.
nominal and visual on 2 healthy drogues.
Freedom copies.
I mean, just the drogue chutes ain't going to save them, though, because if they hit the Earth at that
No.
speed with those, they ain't going to survive still.
Very cool view of Dragon with the 2 drogue chutes. We are just anticipating the main chutes to deploy here shortly.
There we go. It's like how they take this little while to fill it.
Imagine the feeling in the
Main chute
spacecraft
descent
as
rate nominal,
you
visual on 4
shoots
healthy
are
mates.
opening and closing and you're falling and you're...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're getting buffeted around a bit too.
Yeah. You slow down and then you speed up and then you slow down again.
You're a bit happier now, though. I'd
And
be a bit
great
happy
news,
now.
as you can see there, the main chutes have deployed,
That would have slowed them down a
slowing
lot.
the Dragon vehicle down significantly, down to approximately 190
Notice my
miles per
timer.
hour.
Everybody said that my timer was a minute
Freedom
off.
is
Well, it wasn't. It was that NASA's broadcast was a minute behind.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah.
I noticed that earlier on in the stream. The sods.
I love,
Now, Dragon
I
has
love the
saved all
effect
propulsion
because
systems and is now terminating the nitrox suit and cabin purges, and is beginning to increase.
Freedom's at 800 meters.
I love the bouncing you can see with the. Oh well, I call it bouncing with the because of the parachute sort of going in and out because of that's the sort of thing that if you're trying to fake this, why would you think of that?
Yeah.
The precise landing coordinates to the recovery team.
So we did get that confirmation on the main
600 meters.
chutes.
600.
The crew is now 600 meters away from splashing down. We do expect splashdown in about 2 minutes from now.
A splash or a plonk?
Hopefully
Big splash.
Landing in water
Big
is
splash,
simpler,
yeah.
therefore
Not a
more
plonk.
reliable, and it provides
like
more margin
12,
against
15
unlikely
meters a
parachute.
second, something like that, maybe. I don't know, maybe 10 meters a second. I'm not sure. So it's not a very soft
Provides
landing.
more
There's still
margin
quite
against
a big
unlikely
bump when you hit
parachute issues. We had to learn how
the
to make
water.
Dragon waterproof, but once you do, it is a rinse, review, and reuse type of process. And we are
long
just
as it
about a
floats,
minute
that's the
away
main thing.
from splashdown of the Dragon vehicle back onto planet Earth. And hearing good callouts
Did
of
they-
the altitude of Dragon as
Freedom's at 200 meters. We're bracing for splashdown.
Did they reuse the parachutes?
Brace for splashdown.
Generally
again,
speaking,
that descent rate is as
not
expected here.
usually,
Pretty
but I'm not
soon
sure
we
about
should be
Dragon.
able to see the view of
Whether
the
they do or
ocean
not, I
come
don't
into
know.
view.
I would
as
suggest
Crew
not,
Dragon
but
Freedom
couldn't be
with
sure.
4 astronauts on board prepares to splash down after spending 170 days in space after launching on April
That's a long time.
27th.
Yeah, 6 months.
Yeah.
That's
Give or take. And
Splash.
incredible view as the crowd goes wild for Crew 4.
Copy Freedom, space up to splashdown.
the crowd goes wild. Can't hear them.
no, neither can I.
Welcome home.
I think in mission control though.
Welcome home, Crew 4.
I'm sure they're
Great
excited,
view
yeah.
watching Dragon splash down back on planet Earth. Now, as you can see on your screen, we have visual confirmation for splashdown of the Dragon spacecraft. Dragon Freedom has returned home, and NASA astronauts Chell, Bob, Jessica, and ES.
SpaceX Freedom. We are water uprighting and stable 1.
It's just the sort of patience you need as an astronaut. So you've done all that excitement. Now you're going to have to sit here for what, half an hour for them to come over and get you.
Yeah, it was a good half an hour, 40 minutes by the time they got them on the rescue
And SpaceX
barge, and
Freedom,
they got out.
thank you for an incredible ride up
wasn't
to
well.
orbit and an incredible
Maybe a
ride
good
home.
45
Glad to be
minutes.
back.
Well, it can't be that far
What was
away.
the
Look, we
early-
can just see him right there.
Yeah.
What was the early? Was it a Gemini mission or something rather? The guy up in the
Dragon Freedom has
hatch
returned
and
home,
No,
and
that was,
drowned.
that was Mercury. That was the second
and
Mercury.
Mercury.
That was what's his
ESA
name?
astronaut Samantha are
Yeah.
back
Well,
on Earth
it was
after an
proved
approximately
actually he didn't do
return
anything
journey
wrong.
from space.
The
Okay.
hatch did
SpaceX
blow. Yeah, they
recovery
managed to
ship
find
and
Liberty
team has
Bell.
been waiting for Dragon
And
splashdown,
they
and
looked
they will
at
now
the,
make their way to the splashdown location.
the hatch and stuff like that,
And we did hear the call out that the vehicle
the
is
mechanism
in
for
stable
it
1.
wasn't
That's the configuration
activated.
that we were
In other
hoping
words,
for.
he didn't do it.
Stable 1 means it's in the
Yeah,
ocean
okay.
upright as
So,
expected,
yeah, he
and
was,
you can see that exactly
he
on
was
your
exonerated
screen here.
eventually.
So the teams have been ready
Yeah,
and
unfortunately,
waiting
Apollo
about
1,
3
yeah.
nautical miles away. So it's going to take them about 30 minutes or so to make their way to Chell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha inside. But about a minute and 30 seconds after the landing, Mission Control Hawthorne will give the go for final approach and the safe approach. And then about 2 minutes after landing, the approach boat will begin those inspections that we discussed earlier. That's just to ensure that everything is as expected with the vehicle.
X-Dragon, complete with waiting for...
Imagine if you did all that and then you got seasick.
Well, yeah, I'm sure they might, you know.
Comment's a little bit choppy,
Yeah.
but we copy that you are complete with 4.800 and awaiting recovery.
I mean, you've just gone from
I will provide an update on recovery
microgravity,
services
and you
in a
you
couple
go
minutes.
through then a lot of G's coming down. Well, not that many. I mean, a significant amount
Yeah.
of G's for what you're used to. and then you go through all that buffering, and then you go land down a parachute, swinging about all over the place, and then you land in not a completely flat sea,
Yeah.
so
It's
bound to have
probably
a little
about.
bit of an effect, yeah.
Well, I would have thought you might because you can't really see very well, and that tends to be what makes you feel unwell.
But yeah, but of course, bearing in mind, these don't forget
They are
all
trained,
they're all qualified pilots and stuff like that as well, so they'll be used to sort of.
And
this
Mission
sort of thing
Control
going on.
here
but,
in
yeah.
Hawthorne did give the go for that approach and recovery.
Oh, that's the pump, I'd say, with the water spill in it.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to work out. What's that spraying out?
I did wonder that as well. It's almost,
Well,
I think it's
looks
pumping
like
it from the other side or something, isn't it? Sort of like.
Well, it's probably
itself.
making sure that it stays upright.
Yeah, ballast.
And so
sort of
here
thing.
shortly, we should be able to get some views of the fast boats as they approach the Dragon Freedom with the crew still on board.
Fast boats. Why can't they call them speed boats?
Well, they should be getting there pretty quick.
Rather than fast boats.
Fast boats, yeah. Yeah, fast boats, yeah. Not a jet boat or anything like that. Just a fast boat.
SpaceX is go for recovery personnel to approach.
Let's call them speed boats.
Personnel alongside within the next couple minutes.
Get out of here.
And there you are getting a view of those fast boats as they approach the vehicle. They will essentially be doing some safety checks, making sure that all the ordnances and hypergalls are not present or in the area immediately around the vehicle. And they'll also perform an inspection of the capsule itself to make sure that integrity-wise it is looking good.
Release.
You are seeing that very first fast boat approach the vehicle there. And they really want to do these inspections to make sure that everything is looking good before they do hoist it up into the recovery vessel.
Well,
Pete just see that they're in that.
So it will take a little bit of time before we do
do they get them out first, or do they lift it into the recovery vessel first?
No, they go on the recovery
less
vessel
than
first.
an hour to bring the Dragon onto the recovery
PJ's
ship
seen that
and
they're in that
hatch
thing
to
for about
egress.
5 hours, but potentially they could stay in that thing for a couple of days if necessary. They had enough water and food in there. If there was an issue, like for instance, if they had already undocked and there was an issue with the landing area or something, or some other problem.
Yeah, they got lost somehow on the way down.
Yeah, they could orbit for a couple of days.
See a member
Wouldn't
of
be
the
that comfortable,
recovery
but,
team actually climb on board the capsule.
Freedom SpaceX for camera configuration.
Oops, yeah, that was me.
Oops.
Bit of a cock up.
Oops. Did
Press
you
the wrong
oops?
buttons. Yeah, I oopsed on that one.
Oops.
Press the wrong button.
You ooh.
Oops. Welcome aboard.
What's he poking it with a stick for?
Well, haven't you watched any good sci-fi movie? Isn't that what you do when something lands on the ground then from space? You poke it with a stick and see what happens.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't want Roddy McDowell on that to pop out.
That's what they do in The Blob. Gets a stick and they poke it.
And Freedom, we are back on board with the display cam.
Didn't go well for them.
Alongside.
However,
I was making a Planet of the Apes reference then, but you missed it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Anyway, to answer your question, PJC Net, yes, there is a toilet in there of a sort.
And getting some waves from the crew on board Freedom.
Well, they got a TV,
like
so they
doing
can
pretty
camp
well.
there for a
First
couple of
time
days.
feeling gravity in
Do they have
170
Netflix?
days.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
It looks like they're waving.
Well, funny you
to
should
the
say that.
world,
They've got their own
technically.
personal tablets, and they can get
The
all that
crew
kind of
will
thing on their own
remain in
personal
their
tablets,
seats,
apparently. So,
all the way
So not-
until
yeah,
they
they
are
could.
brought on board the recovery vessel.
I did notice one of the guys taking some video as they were leaving the ISS, so that'll be obviously something to be able to keep. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Now, we do expect to hear some words from
Can't see what's
NASA's
written on the
Brandy
screen.
Dean, who is actually on the recovery ship and was
No,
able
funny enough, I
to
was
witness
trying to
the
look for that
reentry
as well.
and
I couldn't never see.
splashdown of Crew Dragon Freedom. Brandy, if you're able
I
to
wonder
hear
what that
us, can you
says.
tell us a little bit about what it was like to witness 4 humans return to Earth after their mission
This
aboard
bit
the
takes a
International
while. You could
Space
fast
Station?
forward it a bit if you want to see the egress, if you wanted to. Yeah, just pop it. Keep going until it says egress. Keep going.
But we'll let you get back to it and enjoy your time. So we're now following the final part of Chell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha's journey as Dragon is going to be lifted out of the water and placed on the recovery boat.
Upon detection of landing, Dragon autonomously releases the main chutes to prevent wind from pulling the spacecraft. Dragon then automatically safes any pyrotechnics still present on the vehicle and may automatically perform additional minor system reconfigurations. The astronauts remain seated and in their seats and in their suits as well at this point, but the onboard air conditioning keeps temperatures in check inside of the spacecraft, and the communication systems on board remain powered so that the crew can continue to communicate.
And we did see that motion of the A-frame as it was getting ready to lift the capsule up and out of the water. Now, SpaceX does have 2 fast boats in the recovery fleet, which have moved to the splashdown point already. They were followed by the main recovery vessel, which is really getting ready to lift the vehicle now at this point. So those 2 fast boats do have a very specific role. The first approach is focused on immediate safety inspection of the capsule integrity and checking for any presence of hypergolic propellant vapors, ensuring that it is safe for the recovery vessel to approach the Dragon spacecraft. All of those checks performed well, and once the spacecraft is cleared for full approach, the team begins rigging the capsule for water recovery by the recovery ship. That process is underway and just wrapped up. And then the second boat is really responsible for parachute recovery and serves as a redundant boat to the first. We'll also see a team member on a jet ski helping to gather up the now detached parachutes, and it looks like they may have already completed that process. I'm not seeing them. They might be just off the screen.
Now, it
Yeah, I
took
don't
a
think they
little
do recover
over
the
10
parachutes
minutes
right
for
now.
the recovery crew to complete their
They
safety
said they were
checks, and once
recovering,
they
but
did
we don't
complete
get
that,
to see them do that.
Freedom SpaceX
Oh, did they? I thought they said they did.
Yeah, the jet skis.
Yeah.
There's something about jet skis recovering.
Oh.
They could have already done it, it's better to tell. So.
Yeah, I don't think they use them again. I don't think.
for capsule lift.
If they sped that boat up, that'd be a really fun ride, to like a bit of a ski ride.
Yeah,
it
would, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Great news. All preparations for rigging have been completed with that confirmation of the comms there. So we should see Dragon start to lift out of the water here in just a few seconds.
Why, is there a hook on it somewhere where they just hooked it on?
And the
Yeah,
recovery
they
teams
put
are
a
now
strap on it
preparing
earlier
to
on,
lower the vessel's
and then they
hydraulic lift
hooked onto the
mechanism
strap.
into the water.
It's already
to
been,
bring
attached to the
spacecraft
capsule.
into the on-deck translation system known as the deck. Dragon will remain known as the nest, and Dragon will remain in this nest during the crew extraction and then for the journey back into port.
This is like some of the terminology
So here
you sit there and
momentarily
say,
we will
we can't
see
just
the
call it
capsule
something
being
simple. We've got to
lifted
give
and
it a
set
really
on the nest.
technical name.
It'll then be centered and oriented,
So the
and then
onboard
translated
translation
into
system.
the hangar underneath the helipad aboard the ship so that we
Crane.
can open up the hatch.
Yeah, translation not necessary. I can speak English. It's fine.
And once open, a SpaceX medical doctor will be the first one to check in on Chell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha and see if they are ready for egress or getting out. And you see that motion underway now as Dragon is lifted into the nest.
A very cool view and cool process as we lift the Dragon vehicle, and you can see the nest there that it's going to be sat down into. While Dragon's top hatch is used to connect to the space station, the astronauts will egress from the Dragon's side hatch pending capsule orientation in the water. Now, before opening the hatch, the spacecraft's cabin pressure must be equalized with the outside environment. Once the hatch is opened, that will be the crew's first breath of fresh air since boarding Dragon at the start of their mission back in April.
So it is important to note that Chell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha will be getting some assistance from the recovery team while they are exiting the capsule. This is the same process for any returning long-duration crew members, as returning to a gravity environment can wreak havoc with our vestibular system responsible for maintaining balance and motion. And of course, safety is always our #1 priority. So you'll see Chell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha helped out of the capsule and assisted the few feet to the medical quarters aboard the boat. And if you've ever watched crews return on a Soyuz mission, this is the same process as when astronauts are carried from the capsule to waiting chairs and then carried to a waiting medical tent. So it looks like we are getting views now of Dragon in the nest, successfully lifted up out of the water.
Wonder what the ratio of
And
G-force
so
or
once
whatever
the
it is they
crew
feel,
egresses the capsule,
like in the extra
this is a period where any
mass of
time
your
critical
body with
cargo can
the
also be
gravity from
recovered
being
from
out
the
in
spacecraft,
zero-G
with
gravity.
the remainder waiting.
Freedom space.
Because there'd be an
Welcome
actual
aboard the recovery
amount
vessel.
there,
Recovery personnel
but
are
you'd
going to be
feel when you
completing
come
final
back down to
checks
Earth.
and stand by for translation.
Oh yeah,
to the
it
egress
would
platform.
feel pretty heavy. I mean, you'll see in a minute what they have to do when they get them out initially, but they do. I mean, they do recover fairly quickly. They do adjust pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Often within days or even hours, depending on. It depends on how much exercise they did as well while they're there.
Great news
But don't
there,
forget
Dragon sits
they were
in
there
the
working.
nest there, and you didn't
Because
hear
there'd be
some
a
So they couldn't
comms.
exercise
What they're
all the
going
time.
to do is, once they derig this, they will slide the Dragon vehicle to
I mean,
a
so if you imagine
platform where
re-entry, the kind of
the
G-forces you'd feel
astronauts
it would
can
feel quite a lot
easily
worse, as
exit,
if
that
compared to
side
somebody who's been on Earth all the time. You know, it'd be it would pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah.
It's pretty well set up recovery boat, you got to admit.
Yeah. It's kind of simple, but effective as well, isn't it?
I mean, it's technically an A-frame, but it's not
And
actually
for those
A.
of you that might be just
Very
joining
sort of,
us,
yeah,
we
yeah.
did
Yeah.
have
Frame for
Crew
those
4
skip things that
successfully
drag
undocked from
skip
the
things up onto
International
the truck.
Space Station just about 5 hours
Right.
ago.
Yeah.
And they splashed down at 1:55 p.m. Pacific time. All went as expected through the deorbit burn, and the parachutes deployed as expected. The capsule is now lifted onto the boat, and we are standing by for the translation to occur. And once that translation moves the Dragon capsule up underneath the helicopter pad, the recovery team will then be able to work on opening up the hatch and removing the crew from the capsule.
They still get a fair bit. I assume it's scoring, etc. The discoloration all the way around.
Yeah, it's from re-entry of plasma and heating and stuff like that. Yeah.
Get on with it.
Yeah, you could probably fast forward because they take a while. I don't know why they take so long to get out.
Just skip to the timestamp.
Yeah, just
maneuver vessel. Off of the vehicle,
Well, what are they going to do?
helicopters,
Not much
and
they're
then
going to do from now.
Aircraft
The boat's
and
just
flight,
going to drive off.
Back home to Houston.
No, they're going to get them out.
They've got to get out, yeah.
They've got to get them out.
On board, and then
Yeah.
our
okay.
ESA astronaut on board, Samantha Cristoforetti, she'll head back to Europe.
So I gave up watching it yesterday because it's so bloody boring.
But they good times, and we don't.
Yeah, a lot of it is a bit boring. I must admit, it really is.
Yeah, a lot of the time nothing's happening.
Yeah,
Or there's
exactly.
nothing to see anyway.
Yeah, well, nothing to see. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Nothing to see.
Oh, no, I missed a
And they
bit.
wonder why they stopped. No wonder why they stopped all the Apollo missions.
Yeah, exactly.
So they're just dragging it up further now on the boat.
They will get the astronauts out one at a time, but it's just this it's just such a long drawn out process.
You could have fast forwarded a little bit more, then it would be still a little
but
while.
what I
Yeah,
was saying is
another
I missed the
5
bit
minutes.
Got to open the lat hatch and
Yeah, you can.
where they dragged it up to then, that was where it was sitting in the cradle, and they've just moved it up here.
nest.
Right.
Nest.
Yeah, that's what. Well,
Nest.
That's all I was asking.
It's egress.
Yeah, on if you look carefully, where you want it, it's like on a track system sort of thing, and they pulled it up.
Also, prior to hatch opening,
The astronaut Megan MacArthur there in your screen with on the left of your screen.
There you go. They're coming out now.
In the hat, you can have a view of her here on the left of your screen here. She's, I'm
When she
sure,
sticks her
looking
head out,
forward
she go,
to
"We there yet?"
welcoming the crew back to Earth.
that's really awesome to have her on board.
Well, they're still sitting in the
especially
seat.
the vessel that they named.
Well, they've got to get all the stuff out first so they can get out.
Was he wearing a mask?
Absolutely. So it looks like they're continuing to remove
I don't know why they
those
keep doing that. I
hoses
don't know.
ahead
I'm not sure what the reason is for that.
Wearing a mask.
Yeah, I don't know if they're still concerned about. Well, they're not going to be COVID, are they? Because they just come from the
No,
outside.
it's
I
just
don't.
general protection. I think it's just
Yeah,
you know.
I guess.
Well, you get space germs.
Yeah.
Well, there might be Earth germs, but it's just looks good. I'm sure the medical team just say. Yeah, well, I'm sure the medical team say, "Oh, we want you to wear a mask just in case." You do it in hospital all the time.
Yeah, maybe there is.
You can see there is a crew member there helping to remove the harness.
They're too worried about COVID.
And make sure that
No.
the crew is ready to
This is
get
a
out of
relatively sterile environment inside the capsules.
Dragon vehicle.
So it's just a precaution. At least it's not a funny mask.
And once the crew does
So they
egress, they'll
unbuckle them first, and then they've
take
got to get
part
rid of
in those
the
medical
footrests
checks, and
out the
then
way because
after
they're
that, they will
bulky
board
things.
helicopters where
That
they
makes it
will
difficult to
fly
get out the
back
seat.
to shore, at which point they will
I know they're saying,
board
I
a
heard on
plane
that they
and
could
fly
get out
back
of space
to
suits if they
Ellington
wanted
Airport,
to,
just
but they
outside of the
they really
Johnson
choose
Space
to.
Center in Houston. And then for our ESA, or European Space
Well, at this
Agency
point, no, I wouldn't think they would need
No,
to.
not now,
because-
but I mean,
she'll head back
as
to-
they're heading off from the ISS, they're allowed to get out of the spaceships if they wanted to.
Oh yeah, well they did at one point actually, where they actually got out the spacesuits because it's just a bit less comfortable because they had a meal break, they ate and drank and all the rest of it before then they got ready for the orbit burn and stuff like that. So obviously you had to get back into the suits for that and all the rest of it. So yeah, they did for maybe an hour or two maybe during the whole process.
And so from this view over the shoulder of the crew, kind of looking behind the crew, from left to right, we can't see her right now, but on the farthest left is European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. And then in the view on the left of your screen is the commander of Crew Dragon Freedom, NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren. To his right, which we can see on our screen, is NASA astronaut Bob Hines. And then to his right, again, we can't see her just yet, but we will in a moment here once they egress, is NASA astronaut Jessica Watkins. Now, this was the first flight for Bob Hines and Jessica Watkins. Both Samantha and Kjell had flown previously.
I mean, relatively speaking, there's a lot more room inside the capsule than there would have been
I also
were
believe you
in
mentioned
the
a
early
pretty cool
flights.
fun fact about Samantha being
Well, yeah, these ones there is because there's not very much in the way of switches and electronics and all the rest of it. You know, it's very simple. All the only controls that they have are all on LCD screens. There's only literally probably about a dozen actual switches themselves. Whereas you look at the, Apollo, or Mercury, or Gemini, they have lots of circuit breakers and all kinds of different switches all over the spacecraft, but it's not necessary.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, and And the capsules are bigger, so
yeah,
this
capsule's this capsule's probably not much bigger than Apollo. It's probably around about the same size. It's just there's more room because they haven't got all that electronics and all the rest of it
Bob Hines.
that they have from the '60s compared to nowadays. It's all much miniaturized, isn't it? So.
And so again, you do see that stretcher to the left of the screen there. That is all part of our standard procedures. Looks like we're getting some claps and cheers for Bob Hines.
There you go.
First out of Crew Dragon Freedom.
And a high five to Megan MacArthur.
And so as we just saw, Bob Hines was the very first to exit or egress the capsule. He spent a total of 170 days in space. This was his very first space flight. And it looks like next up we will have the commander, Kjell Lindgren, who will exit the capsule. This is his second space flight. He's logged a total of 311 days in space.
Almost a year.
And Kjell Lindgren is now outside of Crew Dragon Freedom.
Some great smiles and waves there.
A big high five to NASA astronaut Megan MacArthur. Recovery personnel now working to get Jessica Watkins ready to egress.
They need to do something about those space suits. Damn things all look like, make those guys look like sanitation workers.
Yeah, they do a bit, don't they? Yeah. Supposed to be look more futuristic, but
yeah.
I like to call them flight suits really rather than space suits.
They needed to get a Hollywood person in to do the design.
Yeah, they don't look like the ones.
Consult on the.
They look better in the movies.
Yeah, consult on the design. Looks like they're designed by an engineer.
So just 5 hours ago, this vehicle was docked to the International Space Station, and now we have 2 of the 4 crew members having been removed after a successful splashdown. We are standing by for another first-time flyer, Jessica Watkins, as she is egressed from the capsule.
And there she is, NASA astronaut Jessica Watkins, standing up for the first time in about 6 months.
Well, with their weight bearing exercises and physical activities they do for practice and in their spare time, they'd have some muscle
Oh yeah.
usage or whatever that is. Yeah.
I mean, well, the exercises are not even in their spare time. It's scheduled into. I mean, you see, when they're on
And
the
the final
ISS,
crew
every single
member who will
day,
be
every minute of the
removed
day,
is European
it's
Space
pretty
Agency
much
astronaut
scheduled.
Samantha Cristoforetti, who after this mission has logged
Even like rest
369
periods are
days in
scheduled,
space over
and
her 2
when they
flights,
exercise is
which again,
scheduled.
that
When they
does
have
make
breakfast
her
or
the
breaks,
second
or
on the
they do have
all-time
some
list
free
for
time.
most days in space
You know,
by a
but
woman. And that is second
the
to NASA's Peggy
exercise is
Whitson, who
scheduled
logged
into their daily routines.
665 days in space over her 3 space flights.
Oh. You know, so even with some exercise and things like that, you know, they're still going to find it difficult at first to get used to being into 1G again.
And they'll be feeling a bit queasy too because the gravity would just.
Yeah, I'm sure they might.
We watched
Yeah.
a thing about this there on Anton's show about how your body reacts to space.
Yeah.
But they're just sliding them out somehow. Oh yeah, they're just sliding them out like on a board sort of thing. Is that what it is? Near the step?
Yeah.
There
Just
is
like a little
ESA
slide.
astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti.
Easiest
now
way to get 'em out.
egressed from the Dragon vehicle, the final
Oh, my arms
crew
feel heavy.
member
Straight down they went down
to
beside
exit
them.
the
You
vehicle.
noticed that? I did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, there's Matt.
Oh, is
yeah,
it?
there's me. Yeah, yeah.
There we all are.
Pause that bit. Get rid of that.
Oh, okay, get
You don't
rid
want
of
to listen
that.
to me.
Yeah, get rid of that.
You don't want to listen to me.
Quick, draw the mustache on him with the
Quick.
thing.
He's already got one, look.
Oh.
Yeah, I've got beard as well, funny enough.
Well, thanks for letting us play that. Even though it wasn't yours.
Thank you for playing it. My stream. Shut up, you.
Well, I was up that night. I wished I could have zoomed it with you, and then you could have had people come in and talk and that.
Yeah, could have done. I don't know how Zoom works with vMix though. I use vMix, you see, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know how it works with that. I haven't tried that yet. It's something I want to try sometime.
You can still make a virtual camera, OBS or something.
Yeah,
if needed
you
to,
could.
anyway.
Yeah, could do. I mean, vMix does have its own call thing, but the version I've owned, I can only have one guest, so it's not really ideal.
Yeah, well, all you needed was the Zoom link to come into here, and then I transfer over the host to you.
Yeah.
And then all you need to do is use your streaming software to capture the
I could capture. It'd have to be a screen capture, I think, but I'm not quite sure how the audio would work with it. So
you might not have a banana. You haven't got a banana or nothing.
No, I haven't got a banana. No, exactly. So I'd have to figure out how that actually worked. You know. So and also obviously I'd need to present it in Zoom anyway. Whatever it is, you know, for people in Zoom to see it.
Like I do when you share it.
Yeah, exactly. So I need to figure all that kind of stuff out, how it interacts with Zoom. There are tutorials out there and stuff like that, so it wouldn't be difficult to figure out.
I know me and Alan can help you with bits and pieces, but
yeah,
that's about all. But I haven't used vMix or whatever it is. All right, that's your lot for tonight, kids.
Kids.
Oh, thanks, Matt. Thanks, Farmer. Thanks, Timbo.
Thank you.
Thanks, Blue. Thanks, Osborne. Reynolds, wasn't it?
Reynolds.
Yeah, Reynolds.
Thanks,
Yes.
Peanuts.
Reynolds.
Demon Orb, Timbo Turtles out there. M-Ball,
Troll responsibly. Who's that?
I don't
Who's
know,
that?
there's a
Troll
Timbo
responsibly. I
Turtle
don't
out
know.
there.
Troll responsibly keeps tagging me as well for some reason. I don't know.
Okay.
What's he tagging me about? Not even paying
PJC
attention.
Net, RT96, JNC Laugh. I've got to go up Dora, Stewie, Demon Orb, Matthew James. Got to go right back, do I? How far up do I go?
Something about 2 in the morning for you, isn't it? Something like that. Is
Yeah,
it?
it's
10 past
10
2.
past. Yeah, 10
Past
past
2,
the hour.
yeah.
I'm wide awake at the moment now. Brian Stevens, Truth Nerds, Carl. Oh, don't forget Carl. Cursed with a high IQ.
That's me.
I don't know if it's a curse or not.
It can be.
Can be.
Can be, yes.
Crumpy of Guns. Facty. John Rapp. Did I say Clive? Oh, Clive gets 2 shout-outs. Truth Nerds gets... Oh, the Triggered Limey was back. Triggered Limey hasn't been on for a while. I think that's everybody. I can't find anyone else. Alright then. Good night, panel. Good night, Peanuts. We'll see you on the
Night,
Good night, Peanuts.
No peanuts.
No peanuts.
No.
Famous last words? I have something from Pancho Villa, who said just before he died, "Don't let it end like this. Tell them I said something."